Alright, we'll get it underway then. It's another run of Dominion 6. How many of these are we going to have? I don't know, but I'm feeling like I'm keen for a Dom 6 bender. So we jump back in with Zishai. We fought against these guys and we ruined their day. This time we have to be them. They're very appealing. They won the vote about who we're going to play as next. It was either going to be giant monkeys, Roman monkeys, or the scorpion riders. And you decided Zishai should win. So what is there to say about this nation right now? We love a heat, so unlike our cold scale from last time, we are going with heat this time, probably maxing that out. The nature of the units here, light infantry, heavy infantry, champions, sacred primate, heavy infantry. This guy right here is the star player, and he's really good, although of course he has his weaknesses. Everybody does. The rank and file, basically it's just which of these do you want to go and aid big chunky monkey here, and we've got good options and I'll be using probably multiple of them. In particular I like the archer. I love it when monkeys get longbows because monkeys are resilient troops. Normally when you have archers they just die to an archer or evocation hit in return, but these guys have reasonable protection, including natural protection from their thick monkey hides, and enough hit points to survive even a crossbow bolt going through their torso. And on top of that, when they run out of longbow ammunition, of which they have 12, they can whap out their falchion and still engage to do reasonable damage with attack skill 11. So yeah, these guys would handle themselves well enough against chaffy independents, for example. Otherwise, we've got some fairly, regular monkey with long spear, regular monkey with long spear. What the heck's the difference? So this guy's got the audacity of wearing a helmet on his head. Good job. Those are the primates, and then we have the Avvites here. Slightly larger than regular humans, with considerably better hit points than regular humans. We've got the one that's got the heavy sling. We've got the one that brings a javelin and a maul to the party. We've got the one that's got a sword and shield, and one that's got an axe and shield. So straight away, I'm imagining a situation where I have a front line of the overgrown Lunaries, and they are backed up by Zishai Falchion champions, because they've got the best skills. And I like it when my front line have helmet and shield, because helmet means that they don't just die to a random shot hitting their head, and a shield means that they are actually going to be able to survive some missile fire. Remember, one of our biggest weaknesses when playing as the parasitic nations was they had no shields, so they get absolutely blasted by missile fire. A shield allows you to use its parry skill to block incoming projectiles. We got shield and we got iron shield, both have parry 4, which isn't great, but it's still useful enough against projectiles. The big reason I want this wombo combo is because the overgrown Lunaris is size 6, which is the worst size in the game. If you're size 6, then you are alone in your square, because a square can support size 10. So 2 of these Lunaries need 2 squares, which is just really inefficient. On top of that, they have 1 attack, so it's not very killy whilst they get attacked by an entire square of, like 3 humans or 4 hoplites or 5 midgets, you name it. But if we bring in a Falchion champion who's size 4, that goes together with size 6, and suddenly we've got 2 units in the square. They can share the incoming damage, they both have reasonable protection. 18, and okay, this isn't reasonable, this is unreasonably high for just a recruit. But yeah, 23 protection, pretty amazing. And I want to back them up with some ranged attack, and it's probably going to be the Bandar champion here with his longbow, although it could be the Avvite with his heavy sling. The sling has more ammunition, it's less precise, does less damage. The extra ammo could mean that some flaming weapons plus this would be better. On the other hand, it's 20 gold upkeep for you, 13 for you, so I think I'll be going with the longbow champion here. So that's the base idea of the meat of the army thought out. What do we get in terms of leadership and magical access? It says here weak astral nature and blood. Weak is not a word you want to read here. It means it's only going to be about 1, maybe 2. I've already checked these, so this isn't a surprise. Our workhorse research mage is really sad. He's not particularly cheap. He's really not particularly cheap. We had much cheaper research dudes in the Parasite Hobbit nation. So just a single nature mage, that's not particularly good for anything. His research rate isn't particularly good. At least he's pretty big and strong with his swords, so if he tries to get assassinated or someone tries to assassinate him, he's got a good chance of shanking them before he dies. And he's got some very, very rudimentary protective clothes here. pretty blur run-of-the-mill mage there, so I'm not happy about that. Yeah, better find some better indie mages. I'd prefer to find something like the Woodhenge Druid to make... the problem is I need someone I can recruit in bulk, and this is sadly my bulk research mage, so not happy with that. This guy looks considerably better, although considerably more expensive. He has that blood level 1, and he's got nature 2, which is a whole lot better for forging items. But yeah, as you can see, he's more than twice the price. Basically, these two mages not very good. Maybe we can bring it back with the capital-only mage. Well, yes, and also yes. Monstrously expensive, of course, but he's pretty good for the price. He's sacred, so his upkeep cost is reduced from what you'd expect. He has a good spread here, astral and nature and blood, and +1 twice, and an additional 10% of a +1. So if I keep cranking these guys out, I will eventually get 2 water, 3 astral, 3 nature, 3 blood. It could be that I end up even using these guys for blood hunting, because there's a very important note. Despite them being equipped like all the other mage dudes with their Kopesh crown and robes, these guys have a pact with the tainted earth. So they animate a ill earth during every combat. Now, what this game does not decide to tell you, or at least I haven't found a way to figure out how it tells you, is what exactly is the nature of the ill earth that it summons. Well, it's a good thing we have the Dom 6 Mod Inspector tool. Tell me more about the Keeper of the Sylphborn something or others. Search for Keeper of the Sylphborn, that's this dude. Sadly, the images are broken, I don't know how to fix that. But in battle, he summons a size 4 ill earth. That is enough to trample puny humans that try to attack us during an assassination. He's got protection 9, 33 hit points, he naturally regenerates, and anything bigger he will shatter with his crystal fist. An intrinsic piercing weapon damage. Okay, very good. So I'm satisfied that these guys can hold their own. It's a shame that they are slow to recruit and capital only, but these are probably going to be my blood hunters. As off-putting as that might seem, you know, using your expensive mage for that. But they are durable. Of course, I'd only be using Blood 2 and beyond for Blood Hunters. Blood 2 and give them a Sanguine Dowsing Rod, and I believe 90% of the time they will successfully harvest some virgins for me, and I'm going to need those for the blood magics that I plan on doing with this nation. What does White Mage form have? Death Paths. It just means that if he dies of Twiceborn, he will become a White Mage. Let's bring that up. I don't think when you get respawned as a mage you get these intrinsic paths, but maybe you do, because that would be a pretty cool way to get access to those. I thought when you Twiceborned, you just keep your magic paths and you maybe gain death from it. But I don't know. Not that it matters much, because I don't have death magic on them, so Twiceborning isn't much of a concern here. So yes, general strategy is terrible as they are. I need to use these guys for research until I can find better. And even when I can find better, I'll still be relying on these, because it's not like I can find better en masse. How about leadership? This guy's a pretty sad-looking stealthy unit here. Stealthy 50 isn't terrible, but you know, he just doesn't seem particularly good for anything. Surprisingly cheap for the kind of unit that he is. But yeah, can't imagine making many of these guys. Here's our cheap ferry units around leader. He's got leadership 100, so he can just drag units around. For some reason, he can also lead some undead and magic units, which is, I suppose, useful. This is more or less the same, but he gives Inspirational and Beastmaster. That Beastmaster could be relevant because the non-sacred monkeys consider themselves to be animals. That means they eat less food, but they're also very susceptible to morale and magic resistance checks. Yeah, typically animals have very poor magic resistance, and the morale can be debatable. 12 isn't terrible, but, you know, it could be better, and this guy can make it better. But, okay, the High Priest isn't worth caring much about, except if somehow our god dies, this guy can call him back exceptionally well. He's only 36 despite all that, with a pretty beefy quarterstaff and good hit points. This is a pretty good Pretty good mage to have, a pretty good priest to have, rather. I like the high priest. But then there's this guy, the Sword Lord. We have a commander version of our Sacred, who himself is a priest, which is amazing. Keeps the gold cost down. And this guy, I think, is going to be my Recruit Anywhere Thug. I can think of a few ways to juice this guy up, and he should be able to go in and solo chaff. Maybe with a few of them, he can take out the boosted province defense. In fact, Finellis was asking, did you fix the problem with the size of local defenses? After thinking about it for a while, I'm going to keep the boosted province defense, and we'll only use the custom nations, so that the regular nations aren't put at a disadvantage. I quite liked how province defense could actually put up a fight, because normally you just put in a vaguely decent unit and you just curb stomp PD. So we'll keep it like that. Right, so this guy, he's brilliant. I like him a lot. Protection 23, that's great. He's still that size 6, but if you're going alone, what does it really matter? Good hit points, surprisingly good magic resistance for a monkey. 14 is pretty good, and as a leader I can boost that up with items rather easily. Great morale, good leadership. On top of that, he is inspirational, so people under his command will work extra hard. 15 skill in attack and defense is really good, and that can be made even better. Excellent strength. Precision doesn't really matter. Very slow combat speed, but I don't usually see combat speed as much of a relevant stat except for your flanking units. He's only 1 recruitment point to make as well, which is just another wonderful thing. Map move 8 is really good for a lot of cut-off points for jumping to 2 provinces at once. Here's the big problem. He's got encumbrance 8. Encumbrance is the amount of fatigue you take every turn when he does something normal, which is just, in his case, attack and try not to die. So we need to do something about that encumbrance. He can live a surprisingly long time, 180, very useful, thank you Primate. And unlike the mindless units we had when playing with the parasites, this guy will get experience to boost his skills even higher. So I plan to thug up the Sword Lords here. Thugging in Dominion's terms means taking a unit and making them into someone that can go around and solo a lot of chaff and perform very well in combat as a commander, instead of just leading units or just researching, which is a lot of what commanders do. In this guy's case, I thought about a few items that could be used to help, and I've got them over on the right. Boots of the Messenger, of course, for reinvigoration, could be very handy. Frostbrand is a go-to killing weapon. Ring of Regeneration will be very good with his high hit points, to regen 5 hit points per turn. Consider the Moonblade if I just want a very skilled two-handed weapon. Bottle of Living Water for anyone going underwater. Bloodthorn. We have blood access, so we can use this for partial regeneration. It can restore hit points and fatigue, provided it hits a living target. The Vine Shield is a good go-to shield, although it has a habit of breaking, because if you get hit with a very heavy attack, it can shatter shields. We had that happen before. The Sanguine Dowsing Rod I'm going to want for blood hunting, and I just have fallen in love with the Hydra Skin Armor. The Hydra Skin Armor will give inferior protection to what our monkey already has. Our monkey is already wearing a plate halberd for protection 18, but it hurts his defense, it massively encumbers him, and it slows him down on the map. If I were to replace that with Hydra Skin Armor, he would lose 6 of the protection, but he wouldn't lose 6 overall protection. Protection has diminishing returns. He'd probably lose 4 protection or so, but he'd gain defense, he'd gain 3, or he'd lose 3 encumbrance, he'd get regen, so I wouldn't even need Ring of Regeneration, and he'd resist poison. Not only that, he'd get 8 extra hit points, boosting him to over 50, giving him 6 hit points regenerated per turn. I love the idea of this guy wearing Hydra Skin Armor. Salivating at the very thought of it. Also, that uses nature, and we have nature access, and we have nature gem access from the get-go. On top of that, if this guy suffers wounds, they will heal over time, even without Gift of Health. He's good in forest, so he can move through them faster. And he's got poisonous barbs, so anybody hitting him with length 1 or 2 weapons are going to eat poison for lunch and dinner. He gets all the regular slots, including his feet and a couple of miscellaneous gems, so yeah, I plan to crank out a lot of Sword Lords, even from the start, and have them as our workhorse thug until I can get into summons. Let's talk a bit about summons, shall we? I'm going to have a quick look and see if we have anything special available. We have special things in blue. Mazikim and Malak Hashmal Lilot. Arel Heavenly Wrath. What is Ophan? And Merkava. So for some reason, we're getting some fairly biblical summons here. I grabbed a few of them in the Dom 6 mod inspector. And I got Malkal and Erel here already. Malak maybe doesn't look all that great, because he's not, but he is a stealthy 60 flyer with 34 map move. So maybe, just maybe, I'll call one or two of these guys to just scout around. On the other hand, for the cost of Astral Pearls, maybe not. It's something to consider. I just don't think they're particularly good performing units on their own, which is not what I can say about Arel here. 3 nature, 3 holy. With invulnerability 15, healer 3. I want this this lassie. I think it's a lassie. Nurture, protectors of the weak, weep for the followers, sacred. Oh, it is a female. There we go. Ah, that looks better. With healer 3, they're going to keep our units in tip-top shape, despite the recuperation they have. That could still be useful. And with 3 nature and 3 holy, this is like a better version of the worm that walks. And they cost 39 astral pearls. How much does a worm that walks cost? I think a bit more in terms of nature. So I would very much like to have you coming along with the army. You also have leadership, which is great. Your skills aren't so great. I wouldn't equip you out and have you go and kill on your own, but you should be pretty damn good as an addition to the army. I think I'll have you up top and put Malak down the bottom. Not so sure about the other units that we saw there. Not to mention I won't have the paths for them. I mean, Merkava and Ophan require fire, which is not something I have reasonable access to for a wee while, but we will get there eventually. Angels famously don't have genders, says Finellis. Dominions begs to disagree. Alteration, I don't think it has anything special for us. Evocations, nope. Constructions, nope. Enchantments, nope. Thaumaturgy, nope. Blood. Yes. I love blood. Right, so there's a lot of cool things that one can have here. Wait, I was meant to look up the sheds. I can't really have shed because it requires air, which I don't have, but what if we got some kind of random event air? Or if I just did one empowerment of air. I want to look into that before I get to Reascendance. Shedem summons a shed. What the hell is a shed? I swear I've looked it up before and I laughed and then obviously didn't remember what it is. It is called a shed, right? I'm not seeing shed on the list. Let's have a look for spell. Summon Shedem. Shedem. Something about a shed. You summon 3 sheds. This is a shed. The Shedem are winged, ox-headed storm demons and servants of Pazuzu. Ooh, I like Pazuzu. The problem is these guys are units. And they don't look like spectacular units, although they do cast lightning in the same way that Watchers do. Armor negating 15 damage shot. Okay, that is very powerful, except if it hits my own units, I'm going to be quite unhappy about it because of the armor negating part. It can be used in melee too. Also, he's got that Thunder Fist. Storm power as well, you say? I could see a lot of good uses for the shed if I had vast access to very much negating lightning damage, but I don't think it's happening. What happens to these guys if you make them into leaders? I don't think they get access. I'm more interested in finding a way to get access to air magic, which is something I'm overall going to lack for this run. Alright, so I don't think we're going for the sheds since it costs us air access. You got the regular blood summons, which I don't tend to do much of. There are vampires, of course. I know some people love vampires. Me, I personally don't. They're very powerful, but they just keep clogging your units with mindless thralls, which I don't like. Where are the vampires anyway these days? What's it called? It's Curse of Blood, right? Yeah, here we go. Summons a vampire lord. Requires death and blood, which I think we can get. I know we can get this. So we could get a lot of vampire lords. Good blood hunters, I think. But what I'm very interested in is this. Blood 7 Reascendance. Oh, would you look at that? It's Blood Astral, a path that we already have. Summons the Fallen Angel. Let's talk a bit about this Fallen Angel. My god, it really is a Wraith Lord on steroids here. It has no protection, although it does have invulnerability 25, so benign weapons are just going to be laughed off. It has full slots, hands, bow, head, body, feet, and the miscellaneous, of course. And unlike the Wraith Lord, it's not a spirit form, so this thing can be given, say, Iron Skin, if you want protection against magical sources and other such bonuses you can get from having an actual body. It resists the fire, it's inherently scary, it's inherently very well skilled, 14-16 attack defense. Good amount of hit points, it's again that annoying size 6, but this thing flies around like crazy. It's got 28 map move, it can live essentially forever. It's got brilliant magical resistance, good morale, great leadership, it's just a fantastic unit. And it is a send into a province and kill everything unit here. It has the access to do Phoenix Pyre, so it won't die in combat. It can do the absolutely abusive combo of Phoenix Pyre, Soul Vortex. Soul Vortex will keep feeding it fatigue, or rather keep relieving its fatigue, so it can just live forever Phoenix Pyring and getting back the fatigue. It can do blood, so it can do things like damage reversal if you have high level blood. It's just so good. Of course, like everything that's so good, it doesn't come for free. This thing is going to cost 88 blood slaves and require blood 7, but I think this thing alone is worth going for a blood economy for. Marignon normally gets them, and Marignon doesn't need anything to give it even more strength and power, but this thing is amazing. So we're going to be going for it. This thing will be our mid to late game strategy, and I have no problem spending umpteen amounts of resources on each and every one of them, because they're so bleeding good. Not that they need that much, right? They've already got the Darkfire Sword, which already does area of effect fire damage. So really the only thing you want to give them is some kind of body protection, so they don't get murked by a single magical attack. So again, I would probably just quite happily give them Hydra Skin armor, so they can regenerate a ton. And then they could probably take care of everything else themselves. Like I said, with the Darkfire Sword, they don't need more. Maybe give them Boots of Quickness. Actually, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? 2 Darkfire Sword attacks, bang bang, boost their skills even more. Yeah, these guys have Boots of Quickness and Hydra Skin armor, and bleh, they've already taken care of everything they need to. You don't even care about the fatigue they build up, because they're going to do Soul Vortex. So yes, Fallen Angel is a big part of my strategy here. So we just need to get everywhere we need to get our Reascendants down, and I'm quite confident we can do things. It's not blessed. It is a sacred unit. So what you could do, if you really thought your bless was so important that you wanted it on it, is that you could give it the flask of blessing stuff, or you could give it Shroud of the Saints. Either way will bless that thing. So let's think about what we want to do with this nation. Actually, I've already thought about it. I think I want this, but I'm open to some jiggery-pokery here. Especially the fact that we could get a lot more points from imprisoning our Ghost King. Because all of these blesses do not require him to be alive. But I want him to be alive for this. Okay, I'll still talk about what I've built here. I'm covering most of the magic paths that I don't have access to. Again, we have natural access to Astral, Nature, Blood, and Water. The Water is about one path weaker than the others on average, but otherwise that should cover them all decently enough. Also, Water is... Can I phrase that a bit better? Water isn't so powerful unless you're going in water, where it shines immensely. So I want to cover Air and Earth and Death. I don't care so much about Glamour. We have to let something go. We can get Fire Magic access to Reascendants, so that covers everything else. I like the Ghost King here, relatively cheap for doing other path costs. I like the fact that he inherently summons ghosts. Ghosts are pretty powerful units, and they can be sent underwater to claim the waters in my name, because otherwise I might really struggle getting underwater. Is that true? Well, maybe it's true, but maybe not. We'll see when we get there. He's probably not going to be doing a whole lot in combat himself. I mostly wanted to go around site searching, but if I need his... I don't even know what I'd have him cast. Maybe some air magic in a big battle. But But yeah, otherwise Ghost King is there for site searching and magic access. But yeah, sorely tempted to imprison him, get better scales, and perhaps better blesses. Is this one also going to be making weapons every turn? The artifacts, that is. There are certainly some very good things that you could be crafting with these paths. They're certainly the highest paths that we're going to be seeing. The scales that I have for the nation aren't amazing, but I suppose they're not terrible. Here's a question if anybody knows. If we go for Heat 3, we're going to have Extreme Heat 4 in summer, which causes a lot of fatigue. Does Fire Resistance block that? Growth for more... yeah, this is as good as growth can get, because this guy enhances the death scale limit, which inherently lowers the growth. But growth 1 is fine. Yeah, growth 2 is better, but growth 1 will be fine. So I wanted shock resistance because main issue with the overgrown Lunaris is because of his massive protection, he can be zapped to death very easily, because air magic ignores protection, but he tends to be low output. So with a little bit of shock resistance, he shouldn't get stunned like that, and he should be able to go and kill enough. I really want Reinvigoration and Blood Surge together. Blood Surge is going to make this guy go from 13-13 to 16-16, and this beast go up to 18-18. That is absurdly high, but it also gives an encumbrance bonus. Sorry, it's not 18-18. Blood Surge doesn't give 3 defense, just gives 1. Point is, their skills get a lot better, and they get some Reinvigoration. So these things together boost them up a whole lot, and they will kill. They'll kill just about anything they touch. I think every 5 points of fire resist compensates 1 level of heat. I mean, that is vaguely tempting to grab some fire while we're at it, because then I could get some fire resist on them as well. And getting fire resist kind of requires water path, so I'm quite tempted to imprison the Ghost King. Because if I'm taking blesses that do not require you to be awake, then it's not really a benefit to have him up early, except for site searching. To be fair, the site searching is very strong. I'm going to want these paths open earlier rather than later. But is that really true? They're kind of nice to have as opposed to blood, which is the I must have thing. So there is an idea to bring in some fire resistance. The thing is, fire and shock could be gotten together, but that is an incarnate only. It is 10 for 6 bless points as opposed to 5 and 5 for 4. But yeah, I can't get more growth even if I wanted to. Is there anything else I would even consider putting on you? With this, I can get more of these. My units are going to cost a lot of resources and significantly fewer recruitment points. So maybe I can actually go double productivity to try and crank more of them out. But another consideration is that I'm going to struggle a lot on magic. Oh man, I'm just a little bit shy of getting enough of this. That does it a lot better. And 4 air magic is the cutoff for getting good air, because you need 4 to get the boosters. That could be considered better. Ah, but I'm missing a bless point here. How is this possible? That seems a lot better. There we go. 4 fire is also a really nice place to be. Hold on, fire and death? Oh, I think you know what that means. Anthrax is on the menu. Awareness could be gotten rid of, but I really like the idea that because these units are going to be attacked a lot, being able to be attacked a couple of times without impacting their defense skill seems quite useful. That said, it just seems kind of weak, right? Anybody got much experience using awareness? I don't know what I'd rather spend my 3 bless points on, though. I could give them another layer of fire resistance. Doesn't seem necessary, though. Although it does, if I had 10 fire resistance, I could actually bring them in together with some big fire spells, and I'd be very confident they'd be able to handle Heat from Hell and other big fire spells. But the thing is, going heavy on fire doesn't seem reasonable unless my god is out early enough to get the fire gems. Otherwise, none of this seems particularly useful. Swiftness, for whatever reason, is 4 bless points. Could give them another level of reinvigoration. Don't think that's necessary. Same with giving them extra strength. They're already resilient enough because they have fortitude. Not fortitude, the other thing. Recuperation. Strong blood, poison resistance, and disease resistance. There's also the enchanted blood that some people were talking about before. The very slight regeneration. I can't imagine needing that, though. Why would we want 1 hit point every other run, every other turn? There is something to be said for the profuse bleeding stopping almost at once, though. Sounds pretty cool. Because I might do some things that cause me to bleed. The magic resistance is also rather nice, huh? No, I don't think so. I want to give awareness a shot, especially since... oh, well, no, that wasn't Incarnate only. Incarnate only, I think, is only 5 bless points cost or more. Yeah, the SPQR monkeys didn't win last time. We got the big monkeys. Alright, I think this will be our god, then. We have access to all the things that we kind of care about covering, except for glamour, and I say we don't care that much about glamour. And this covers fire without needing reascendance, although I will probably have reascendance before this guy is fully online after he does his blood hunting. I'm going to appreciate some better luck after last time's unlucky events. And we need some magic because our research mages are kind of crap. Alright, this makes sense to me. Now the question is, who wants to be our god? Who has always felt themselves having a strong affinity with being dead? You know, you have to be someone that's a bit scary. You don't mind the cold. You're someone that's always on a diet. Who feels that they're ethereal floating units? Not I. Sounds spooky, says Calico. Ah, Luminiferous has Aether in the name. Aether sounds like it would be a ghost kingy thing. But your name is really long and stupid. Luminiferious. Luminiferia. 6 freaking syllables for first name. That's mad. Absolutely mad. That rules me out. I'm not on a diet and I'm not really scary, says Rainy. Does having a concussion qualify me as half dead, says Olopi. Olopi. What a silly sounding name. I think we'll go with that. Alright, let's keep you in here then, God of Zishai. I'll call you Olopi. All praise Olopi. I don't know about that one. Okay, let's get this going, shall we? I believe I created a world, but I want to take another look at it because I've forgotten what I made. Tell me about the map I made. This is going to show my directory, isn't it? Hold on, I gotta... Here, we'll just look at the mod inspector instead whilst I check this. What the heck did I call it? I call it like map 2? And yes, it does show my directory. Thank you, game. Why, not that my name is a surprise to anybody. Okay, come back to the game here. This will be the map that we're playing on. Notably, there's a lot of water. I think I'm going to add 2 water nations. Just so the water isn't completely free to take. Because if the water were free to take, I would probably take it a lot better than the AI and I'd have a remarkable advantage over them. But I like this because it's got some disconnected islands going on here. Not sure if they're fully disconnected here. This might be a connection. But I find it's a bit more exciting when it's not just one big block of landmass. It can be difficult to generate good-looking maps on the game's random map editor. But this one seems good to me. So this is my map 2. Alright, very good. Get me out of here. In that case, let's create our world. I've already added in the custom names and such to it, so it shouldn't be too bad. And that is this one right here. 114 provinces, fully looping. 114. I guess I'll put in 2 water nations and... let's say 6 regular nations. Enter the game name. This is the Zishai Stream 01. Somebody made a way to automatically back up these, and of course I have not yet put it in. What a shame. It's a lot of water for a fire god. It's fire amongst other things. So we are Zishai, and we played against difficult last time. I'm going to meet a mighty. See if I can handle some mighty. Although I swear last time I did that, I was regretting it rather a lot. I give them standard because I don't trust the AI not to just die if they... If an AI goes defensive, they usually don't expand for about half a year and then they just die because someone else expands around them and kills them. So, I will have... Maybe I should make sure that we are taking a specific water nation. That way we know what we're playing around with. Oceania, you're a water nation. Get in there. And... Atlantis, you're a water nation. You get in there. That way the water is not free. These two are particularly strong water nations. Atlantis is kind of unfair because they're like the best land nation. They just happen to be underwater. And then we'll put in our new nations. Who are we going to have anyway? We already fought NECA. Sharor was around before. They got absolutely bodied. Should we give them another chance? I didn't even see these guys last time. Maybe not. Humans and Hoburgs? I don't know about that. Ah, how about some pale ones? Oh, they have a couple of cave whites, cavern whites. Completely broken units. That's amusing to me. Let's bring in Lashar. Is that a nation of angels with one dinosaur? Kind of. They're not quite angels. These are Kalins. They tend to be cold-loving flying humanoids. And this one seems particularly good. Look at dual-wield swords. Piercing and slashing swords. Ambidextrously. And when he's cold, he's even more powerful. At least he's even more protected. Anyway, I don't think I'll give them a chance. They had a chance last time. I don't trust these units to be any good. I've tried to make them work. Others have tried to make them work. They're not very good. I don't want to fight against something that can't put up a fight. Ah! Ichitids and Avvites. Alright, we can see who the better Avvite is between us and Melaine. Asmegs. Asmegs are really powerful. And they got some cool looking divine unicorn riding units. Alright, cool. Sign me up. Who was that? Falconland. Who else we got going for us? Did we face up against Genedge? I wanted to play as these guys. Let's play against these guys. And... Ooh, look at this. Lizards. Lizards riding around on crocodiles. That's not a very well protected sacred, but I think that's cool. Who was that again? Scythia. Is that going to be enough? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us on land, 2 of us on water. The Moose Riders ride again. Nah. I mean, we could fight against them. You know what? Let's shove them in. Add in... Where are they? Ondmark is who I'm looking for. There they are. Ondmark the Grand Gate. Yeah, let's see how the Moose Riders can do. That might make it a little cramped up top. Yeah, 6 of us sharing like 90 or so provinces. That should be fine, right? Let's give it a go. Alright, here's us. We're just going to load up Olopi. Love it when you have very few design points left over. And we know their name is Olopi. Alright, how are we setting this up then? 3 level 3 thrones, 5 level 2 thrones, 5 level 1 thrones, that's 24. Let's require 15 points to win. Make it 16. Yeah, 16 sounds fine. No Cataclysm for me, please. Fine. Score graphs on. Diplomacy is off because diplomacy is overpowered. Really, only the player uses it. So there's this fun thing that I've thought about, and I will probably do it for my next run, but not this run, because I haven't figured it out yet. But I want to set it so that the AI cannot fight each other. They can only fight me. That way I have to fight them all, and I don't get that disappointment of finding some of them have died off. I think Sturm, who's a very experienced Dom player, told me how to do it, but I didn't understand it. It was map commands. I need to look into that. Anyway, Hall of Fame. I'm very tempted to disable mercenaries. They're like an AI-only feature. No, it's kind of cool when the AI rolls in with some mercenaries that you don't expect. Gonna max out those... wait, you can get 15 enchantment slots? Seems a bit intense. Let's make 11. Let's not limit artifact, but we do limit legendary spells. If I somehow become AI, I'll be the same as them. Standard. No, I like faster research. Goes way too slow otherwise. Random, renaming allowed. Alright, there we go. Somebody told me there's a way to save this setup. Yeah, look at that. Save settings. Oh, okay. I thought maybe it would, you know, save this whole session, but whatever. Since there's no pop kill nations like Airmore or Pangea, there's a lot more income, which is more better, with more capitals to conquer. Well, first I gotta conquer them, and with this mod, province defense is out of whack. I mean, I got used to it and started to think it's really cool, but my god is it jarringly huge. Alright, let's go. And let's hope everything is set up right, because this is where we'll find out if it is or is not. And hey, it only took 55 minutes to get to this point, so we're getting faster. Should take at least an hour and a half of setup. Alright. Let's get to it, because the wheel is turned once again. And here is Zishai. We are somewhat fortunately surrounded by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 provinces. The more connecting provinces you have to your capital, the happier you are, because forts suck up the recruitment availability and the resources of adjacent provinces, provided you own them, of course, which starting out we do not. We have the Rat from Stronghold and Nick Brick from the Deep Lego lore, starting out as our commanders. And I'm going to immediately get myself a Sword Lord and some Sword Lord accessories. And I'm going to need a few of these guys, and they'll be my immediate expansion opportunity. The Rat leads a rather terrifyingly large army. And he has leadership 100 on them, so how about I grab something like... but not necessarily this. You guard the Rat. Wait, what? You guard the Rat. And you guys go front line formation. You just stay behind the troops there. They attack the closest. I'm moderately tempted to blind expand because our starting army is very powerful. That is a lot of Avvites. Good protection, decent enough at taking out Indies. We could go to Somerset Islands, the extraction point, Shikoku, or the Netherlands in 10 years, but we can't go to Jolly Rogers Bay. Issue is that these two provinces are highlands, which kind of have low income. Good resources, though, which is what we do need. The underground is also... yeah, you can go from the Seto Inland Sea down into another dimension, although we don't currently know anything about it. Surely Somerset and the Netherlands in 10 years don't have that much in the way of defences. I like the idea of going into the Netherlands in 10 years because it opens up the possibility of going into Shikoku, which is another province bordering me. Whereas Somerset Islands would go into Ridley Bank, which doesn't border me, so I don't get the bonuses sucked up by Zishai. So we're going to balls to the wall blind expand into the Netherlands in 10 years. I'm going to add 2 more in the bodyguard just in case. And yes, we are going to get our Sword Lord. Probably make this guy a prophet, even though we don't really benefit from him being a prophet. It's still good to have one because prophet spreads dominion. On the other hand, I want these guys to be out killing a lot. Do I really want to dedicate one as a prophet? Yes and no. I mean, what's the benefit of the prophet, really? If he's going out and just fighting, the prophet doesn't seem particularly useful. Whereas if I make... well, I want the Rat expanding, and I certainly don't want Nick Brick the... ooh, hang on. Stealthy Priest? Stealthy Priest doing prophet stuff? It's not unthinkable. Anyway, Nick freaking Brick. Go and check up and around here, because I can't remember the layout of what I made here. Ooh, look at that Hyrule. The island of Hyrule. It's a large farmland province. This would be very wealthy to take. What's another tier 3 priest to do? You have for Mass Bless. I'm not going to need Mass Bless. These are my sacreds. I can't make many of them. And they will be in the company of the Sword Lords who are already level 1 priests. This guy does 2 blessings. He already blesses all of my overgrown Lunari. So I don't actually think I need more of them. I want to expand on the cheap with as few of those guys as possible. Okay, anything else to really concern myself with? Let's see. There are no mercenaries this month, so no AI just jumping out with those. Kind of a shame that my dominion spread over to west north of it. Spread around here, I think I'd have better information. Alright, in that case, let's go and hope that the rat doesn't die on me. Luck be upon us. Sitha have got Mati Mayo, the Sword Commander, as their prophet, and we decided to fight in the Netherlands in 10 years. And were we clever? Yes, yes we were. This is pretty crummy standard militia light infantry. Militia from the Netherlands in 10 years, you know, they just don't have the skills. They do have spears, and spears can repel us, but repel is an attack check. And that's not a very good attack skill for repelling. They just don't have very good anything. Their light infantry is a bit better with javelins, but we have shields. And their heavy infantry. Heavy infantry can be scary in mass, but what's that, 6 of them? 6 is not a mass. The Avvites march on in. Brrrt. And yeah, this engagement should be a slaughter. I'll actually be surprised if they kill any of my units. Because I'm certainly killing theirs. Yeah, look at that. They just can't land the hits, can they? You miss because we have decent skills. You miss because we have decent skills. And you hit them on the shield and the arm. For no damage because... Oh wait, that's you being hit. You hit us in the leg and did nothing. That's a pretty damn good starting army. But I think one thing the Randomizer mod did was it changed up the province defense in the starting armies. Which I didn't see patch notes for, but you know, they could run the mod however they wanted. I actually quite like it. It's good for the AI as well. The AI struggles without a good starting army to expand. Shouldn't the Netherlands in 10 years be Atlantis? It's a valid name for a coastal place. Maybe I should change it to be water only. Alright, there we go. So down go our pathetic foes. As expected, we didn't lose anybody. A good start, because yes, I want the resources from here. The income is kind of sad, but the resources are very important. So we're going to take Killis. And since I'm going to want more units here anyway, I am going to... I'm going to focus on making just loads more of these guys, and I probably want to begin researching already. So we'll get ourselves the Shade of the Sylphborn whatever. Yeah, that should allow you for a reasonable enough attack thing, and I want you to begin my pathetic research. I don't know where I'm going to go with research, but I need to start somewhere. I missed the start. Any chance for a rundown on the God and the Bless? Our God is a Ghost King, a Rainbow Ghost King. He has a lot of different magic paths. But he is locked up. He won't be around for about 3 years. Because his Blesses are all going to be working without him. Shock and fire resistance, reinvigoration, blood surge and awareness. And it's double reinvigoration. Because one of the biggest weaknesses I have on my units is that they are very, very weak to being dead to encumbrance. Look at this freaking thing. 10 encumbrance a turn. That's mad. That means 10 fatigue per turn. You lose 1 fatigue every turn normally. So he's already 9 over the limit per turn. We can bring that down to 8, then 7 with Reinvig 2, and then 6 with Blood Surge. We could still do better, but this is good enough. For now, at least. Anyway, Khalees, you are going to become my prophet. And then you're going to go and take Somerset Isles for me. Shikoku is full of ghouls and soulless. They attack with length 0, so I could even repel them. They shouldn't be very skilled. Also, Jolly Roger Bay is a very exciting place to have next to me, because it's only guarded by a fairly large amount, but still only guarded by little humans. So I think our Prophet Khalees' job is going to involve... Maybe we take the top first, but after we take that, I want Jolly Roger Bay. Because I want that throne for Dominion spreading. That's really, really good to have on my borders. Puny humans. Humans get the raw end of the stick in Dominions. They are just really weak and easy to kill. Right, tell me about Avorion. We can get through the mountains, because it's warm enough not to be all cold. Tell me about the border here, and I want you to go through F and snow and up through. We are relatively... What the hell is that? Province contains 50 enemy units consisting of slaves? Slave trolls? Guarded trolls like that? Shul Uzuz the Mind Lord radiates power. The Mind Lord. What a very unusual set of units to guard an indie province. Tell me about the Mind Lord. That's a unique Mind Lord. Give me a generic Mind Lord. It's a size 9, 84 hit point, giant Riley slug thing. It's got good magical paths. Just good overall. I suppose doesn't have good protection, but he is something that says you don't easily get to go down into the water here, champ. There's one big fish. Yeah, not even a throne. I'd expect that on a throne, but not Westnoth. Alright, well, we've got to figure our way down there one way or another. Well, actually, what was probably going to happen is we're going to find Oceania and Atlantis taking over all of this, but so what? Enslaved Mind is pretty nasty when massed. Well, at least there's only one of him. Alright, let's take Shikoku. Let's have Khalees become the new prophet. Next turn, Khalees will pick up the remaining overgrown Lunaris to give them 4 bodyguards, which they will bless, and they'll take Somerset Islands, Ridley Bank, Avorion, etc. As for the rat will do Shikoku, Frostpunk Generator, probably F and Snow. Normally I just go Frostpunk, F and Snow, but because Shikoku is on the border with Zishai, and I need every bit of resources that I can get here. Recruitment points, great. Resources, very bad. In retrospect, maybe I should have dunked recruitment points more for more resources by having more productivity, but whatever. Can't go back in time now, can we? That's a lot of ghouls and soulless, by the way. Don't they have poison claws? Yeah, they could poison my guys to death. It's a safer route to hit up the Frostpunk Generator. We don't worry about such things. Alright, so everybody's making their profits now. Anima for Janej. Falconland's got King Piccolo. Melian's got Remu. She's the armpit girl, isn't she? Lasar's got Lankerson, and ourselves with Khalees, and we go over to Shikoku. Do we manage, though? It's quite a lot of undead. And yes, they do attack with Poison Claw, but it's paralyzing poison, not damaging poison. So if they land this attack, you become severely fatigued. And then there's the regular Soulless who are just pathetic. Look at how pathetic they are. The swamp penalty isn't helping them. Should have had swamp mastery. You heard me, Decoy. Alright, hopefully we just encircle them. That's pretty... What the hell? I told you to attack closest. What are these guys doing? It's not my commander over there, is it? No, it's not. They just decided, nah, screw the attack. Let's go and do our own thing. Well, unfortunately, I'm not seeing any nasty fatigue attacks land on us. Alright, they decided to come in and start carving apart the Soulless. And honestly, it wouldn't have been a bad approach if they'd gone and taken out Ernie Hecklerock the Ghoul, because he's in command of the whole thing. Wait, these are all leaders. Oh, please kill Ernie Hecklerock. He's got equipment. Okay, it's not very good equipment, but I still want it. Lingering Cloud. Okay, actually, their equipment's kind of crap. Don't bother. I wish there was a way to liquidate down items. Maybe, like, destroy an item and get half of its gem cost back or something like that. Because late in the game, when you're demolishing a lot of enemy commanders, you can pick up a lot of junk that you don't want, and it just wastes space. You can get rid of them, but it's a one-by-one click fest to destroy them all. I think you got hit by the paralyzing Poison Claw. Yeah, there we go. The Poison Claw hits, does no damage. Does it have to do damage to cause the fatigue? Because you got a lot of fatigue there. There we go, mulched. Bye, Ernie, and bye, everyone else. They're mindless, so unless they have a commander who can take care of them, the soulless go away. The ghouls, on the other hand, they can kind of think for themselves. They're just very hungry humans. Alright, pretty happy to see that we got through that without any complications, but these guys are well armed and armored. They're just not particularly well skilled. You know, attack 11, defense 10, that's essentially light infantry. Better than militia, but just light infantry. The real thing is they've got the hit points and the protection to handle attacks incoming, and of course a shield to handle any big attacks that they can parry with it. And I am surprised we didn't get a really horrible event that destroys my capital at the start. Instead, we just get a misfortune and magic. Okay, misfortune is very bad. So there are cutoffs for events. Sometimes it's like, oh, you have misfortune 2 or misfortune 3. That gives you the your entire province is dead event. And we just got that on the capital. So hopefully, in the next few turns, our Dominion will dispel the bad fortune and we won't have Zishai crumble. Last campaign we did, we had the boar hit us on the first turn, and we just ended up getting loads of unrest on the capital, and that tanked our economy, which was very bad, by the way. Don't like having my economy tank. And people were asking about the province defense. Yeah. Province defense numbers on this randomizer are huge. But since we're only playing with randomized nations, everyone is getting this. Except for the underwater nations, but they're in the water, so that's not a fair comparison. Right, well done, Khalees. You are my prophet. Your first order of beeswax is not to do spells, but I do want you to attack the closest enemies after you specifically cast Blessing twice. No, forget it. Just do Divine Blessing. And you should be able to do that from the center, no problem. And you're going to go and take out Somerset Isles. Jake, you're sending in only 5 units to handle that. I am so confident in my Bless and these units that I think they will destroy Somerset Isles. Fighting against Bear Tribe warriors? Are they holding crossbows? Crossbows could be a problem. I could go to an extraction point instead if I'm afraid of them. Let's see, it's early summer, so I could go through Avorion. I'm kind of curious, what's over here? Is this actually the edge or not? Because the Slough of Despair is a nice province as well. I could have you take... I really want F and Snow. Yeah, take Frostpunk Generator and then F and Snow. What are they wielding? It kind of looks like spears, but if they're Bear Tribe warriors, don't Bear Tribe warriors normally carry hatchets? Well, good thing we have the Dom 6 Mod Inspector tool. Tell me about the Bear Tribe warriors. There are Bear Tribe warriors that wield spears and javelins, and ones that wield hatchets. The spear's a bit of a problem, because that can repel me. But yeah, I guess they're spear wielders. Oh, well, as long as it's not crossbows, we're fine. That's fine, go and dispatch them. And now we have somebody to research. I'll need to think about what we're researching before too long. There we go, just keep cranking out more overgrown Lunaries for now. I guess Somerset Isles get the extraction point, and then Zishai has most of the resources it can get. Yeah, the rat takes Frostpunk Generator. Because I want to know where my nearest opponent is over here, and I certainly want to beat him to F and Snow. Immediate considerations for fortifications. Alexandria, possibly, because it goes into Slough of Despair, Bornholm, and other such places. Could do Ridley Bank, if I just want somewhere to generally recruit from. Possibly F and Snow itself, maybe Pilot Wings Resort. I need more information, though. I would love to find somewhere that can give me Indie Scouts. Oh, I love Indie Scouts, and we got it straight from the Netherlands in 10 years. Indie Scouts are a nice cheap way to go and figure out what's happening around you. I was born on Bornholm, says Colomp. Why is Bornholm there? I don't know, why is Dundee Docks here? Why is Pilot Wings Resort here? How's my very own Balaton here? Or Lake Hylia, which is away from Hyrule? We've got custom names here for both the characters and the locations. And they vaguely correspond to the kind of location that it is. You know, Bornholm and Balaton are on the coast here. Alexandria is in a sizable land province. Hyrule is a nice, rich farmland area. Celadon City is water. Adventure Island and Shimmering Isles, all water. Okay, anything else to concern ourselves with? No, I think we just keep going balls to the wall here. Oh, right, the research. Ventus Will is our first researcher. I need to consider if there's anything early I want to get my hands on. I can't think of any immediate summons that I'm looking for. What is Mazichim? Summons a Mazik. A Mazik is just a crummy unit. In fact, we saw them before. They're a little harassment flying demon thing. Not concerned about that. Malak Commander. I'm even less concerned about that. Is there any small scale magic I plan on doing in battle? Not really, because my mage is kind of below. So to that effect, I would really like blood, and I'd really like construction so that my blood is better. So let's just go simple construction 5. And hang on, do I want to do any fancy alteration in combat? Because there is one thing that's kind of important to me, and that's body ethereal. Alright, I take it back. I want alteration 3, so that in combat, if my mages get jumped, they can body ethereal, which will keep them alive a lot better. But beyond that, I want construction 5, and I want to start working on blood after that. There are, in fact, Misfortune 4 events. That's a terrifying prospect. I do want to get my blood searching going very quickly. But, you know, ifs and buts, coconuts, we do not have the resources right now. I need to focus on my expansion armies. One of them kills 100% of the pot. Well, that's just not fair. Alright, Oceania and Atlantis. They got Jack Daniels, and they've got Carol van Egmond, the consort. As for us, we're attacking into the Somerset Isles with my very small troop here. Just 5 of them. They all look the same, but one of them's the commander. One of them's the commander. Here we go. Achilles the Prophet's in charge. Prophet gets instant blessed inside Dominion, so he must be in Dominion. But yeah, here we go. Unsurroundable 2, Reinvig 2. Fire and shock resistant, and though you can't see it, he's also a Blood Surger. Blood Surge is good. And we're going to see just how good here. Our exceptional short swords are going to kill these things in 1 hit. Protection 7 and 12 hit points, they just go splat. So let's go make them go splat. So yeah, the whole thing is that the skills are good and I want them to be better. The problem is when you take a lot of attacks, and when you're this big, you get a lot of attacks, it reduces your defense skill, but Unsurroundable and Blood Surge will take care of that. Blood Surge lesser, but Unsurroundable blocks 2 impacts of that. Could not but notice the Prophet's going off on his own. Please do not get surrounded and shanked. Alright, well, I think you just missed there. Did you get repelled? Yeah, I was worried about that. Wait, what? Oh, that's very funny. So some of them did indeed bring the spears, but they're on the back with their javelins. Some of them do have the hatchets. Hatchets are length 1. Exceptional short sword is also length 1, but because we're so huge, we get an extra level of length on it. So we just repelled 3 times here, which is wonderful. But our harass penalty is only -1 instead of -3 because we are unsurroundable. So we still have really good defense skill. So even if they don't get repelled, they are still likely to just blap on our shield, or even just have a sidestep immediately. Now I'd like you to go and kill one. Wow, you actually only horrifically maimed him. Crippled him, as it happens. Alright, go and kill so I can see Blood Surge in the making. Yeah, there we go. So this overgrown Linares just skewered one of these things on his short sword, instantly killing them. And for that, they're enjoying very good attack skill, better defense skill, even more strength. So this thing hits for 31 instead of 28. On top of that, it reduces the encumbrance, or rather it gives more reinvigoration. So I think we'll have 0 problems annihilating these little dudes. Squish, squish, squish. It's not to say we're not taking damage, but we have recuperation. So if we become limp, crippled, chest wound, even if we have a leg chopped, not a leg, an arm chopped off, it will regrow in time. To make matters even better, we are poisonous. Did any of them get poisoned? One of them's eating poison right now. It's minor, but there will be poison damage on people that attack us with short weapons. Oh, well, wait. Oh, that's very funny. Allow me to explain. This guy shouldn't be poisoned because he attacks with a greatsword of length 2, and poison barbs only affect people striking with length no more than 1. Why did he get poisoned? We ripped his arm off. So this giant 10-foot-tall monkey comes and rips your arm off, but you're still the leader, and you've gone berserk, so what do? You take your nubby little fist, and you hit him. But because your nubby little fist is so short, you take poison damage on his prickly thorns. So now this poor bugger is about to die to poison if he's not killed by everything else. God, I love Dominions for just so much detail. Anyway, they're all shredded, and these giant monkeys are coming to have their filthy way with them. So yeah, I was quite confident that 5 of these guys could handle an engagement like that. They won't be able to handle anything, and if they get truly mobbed, if they're attacked by so many, even militia, that they're completely surrounded, they will eventually die, especially if spears and things pierce through their protection. Brilliant job. Alright, how about the Frostpunk Generator? How's our starting army doing? Very good starting army, by the way. The game is not completely balanced in that regard. Some nations just have better units. So you got to make up for that with summons, magic paths, mages, magic support in battles. In our case, we start with these particularly useful units. I'm trying to think of nations that have garbage starting army. I think Lanka starts with god-awful units. We're not taking no damage here. These heavy infantry with their spears are actually shredding through this guy. But he persists. And down go our foes. And to my surprise, nobody died again. Right, Colosseum of Fools, the Los Illuminados Church, the Lilat system. This is kind of good. We have a lot of area to ourselves, and we don't have our foes nearby. I mean, we know they exist, but we are head and shoulders above everybody on expansion so far. I say we press the advantage. Do we press into barbarians? No, not when F and Snow is at our beck and call. And you did so good, Khalees, you're going into Ridley Bank to fight more. Wait, archers? That's fine, you've got shields. They're not amazing shields, but they are shields. Darth Air, you will take command of more units. And you will have the order to cast Blessing twice, and then attack closest, and this will be saved. Because I'm going to give that command to everyone else. We're going to fight naked Lion Tribe archers. We're quite fortunate in that we've been surrounded by really crappy indies. Sometimes you just don't get so lucky, and you find that there are, I don't know, 80 Amazon priestesses riding around on their flying horses. And then you go, okay, well, I guess I'll die then. Little curious about Jolly Roger Bay. I'm going to attack into it, and I'm going to instantly retreat. Yeah, I just want to check that there's no surprises here, like a super powerful mage or something. Shouldn't be, but like I said, no surprises, please. Right, I want F and Snow, I want Ridley Bank, I want the extraction point, and I want to keep recruiting. Oh, this is getting good. Yeah, that's a good expander right there. And that's fine. We'll get another shade coming for more research. I am already thinking about how and when I get blood hunting. And how to shore up my defenses from the enemies that come. In our last game, we had these huge throne indies in our cap circle, right? Yes. Last time, our capital had, I think it was 2 level 3 thrones on our cap circle, which made it very awkward. Fortunately, we didn't need the resources, because we were able to recruit in big enough numbers not to need the resources in those 2 provinces. Here, conversely, we desperately need resources. Oh, we are struggling on resources. Do I not have the money for you or something? Yeah, I don't have the money for you. Alright, I'll have you there anyway. Get more land for more money, please. Yeah, over here we need a lot of resources to make these very expensive units. And on top of that, I do want to get going with actually making my Bandar champions down the line. Don't need them yet, but I will want them for this. They have a patrol bonus. So they're going to be very good for patrolling down the unrest that comes from blood hunting. And you can imagine people are going to be up in arms. Take, am I going to do it in my cap circle? It's probably a little foolhardy to do it in the cap circle, but I want a lot of virgins, so we'll probably do it everywhere we can. Anyway, imagine over in Somerset Isles, these giant monkeys are coming around, and they demand all of the virgins of the household, and they just go and take them. You're probably going to be a little bit upset, so you're going to go down the tavern, round up some similarly upset locals, and then maybe try and take justice into your own hands. But that's going to be a little bit harder to do when you have all of these guys roaming around. Again, these guys are larger than regular humans. They must be like 9 feet tall or so. They're armored. They're armed with a falchion. They can shoot you dead particularly well with a longbow. It's going to make you think twice about heading down to the tavern that day. Snow Extraction Point and Ridley Bank. I want them all. Keep moving. Jake, did you watch any of Lucid's MP tour? I watched a little bit of Lucid, but I can't stand the man, so no. He's done good work and great tutorials for the game, and he's even done some mods, one of which I even use. 2 even. But I don't like listening to the guy's content, so no. Why were there 4 attacks here? I thought I only went to 3. Oh, right, we've got the attack. Right, the extraction point. So hopefully the blessing didn't miss. Sometimes the blesses can miss. But I reckon casting it twice for a small number of people, it should hit them. And then now we just got to deal with these incoming arrow attacks. The arrows are quite weak, so even if they hit, they have a hard time getting through our protection. And with the iron shield, they have a pretty low chance of hitting. Oh, but look, it just did hit. So it hit you with a ranged attack in the body, but only did 2 damage. Good damage roll, and we did a particularly poor protection roll, but, you know, with 42 hit points, what do we care about 2 damage coming in? We maybe care a little bit more about that. I think you just javelined me for 10. Yeah. Javelin went through the body doing an explosive damage roll. And we took 10 damage. So we need to engage and take these guys out. We are not immortal. Also, they come with 2 javelins. So let's hope they don't do that again. They hit the bushes. This bush got hit by a short bow and took 2 damage. Alright, come on, our strength is getting in there and destroying them. As soon as we blood surge, we become a lot harder to kill. Well, maybe a lot harder is a bit much, but we do become harder, and we're unsurroundable again. So we just mow down these naked tribespeople, and they are naked. All they have is the hide shield, otherwise they wear nothing. At least nothing that counts as protection. They've animated the tree to come and attack us, and we cut down the tree, right? It's resistant to our slash damage. Better keep this in mind, right? Sustained arrow fire, even from these stubby little humans with short bows, isn't doing no damage. The shields help, but they're still getting in there. I think a big part of this is we're very, very slow. I said speed doesn't matter, but sometimes you need to go and kill the archers. This guy's a bit mobbed on the corner. Fortunately, he's not the leader, nor is he the bleeder. He just goes and carves them up. Good job, giant monkeys. No problems there. Ridley Bank. This is the profit going in. And yeah, just dual dagger wielding wolf tribe warriors don't stand a chance. The other guy's got dagger and short bow. Shouldn't be a problem. Get in there. Yeah, you can see the little green bars popping up. These guys are taking poison damage. Somebody took a ton of poison damage. Poor guy took 19, an explosive roll on poison, so he must have touched us in a very inappropriately poisonous place. I'm trying to think of weakness. Did you get crippled or something? Oh, boy. So our poor overgrown Linares here became limp. He can fix that with recuperation, but if I take him on the war march, he might become crippled. I'll probably still keep him around. If he does become crippled, I'll let him go. Oh, I don't like this, though. See, they're still very much liable to take damage if they get surrounded like this. This is why size 6 is bad. This one guy has to take on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. And every so often they get through, and they can do explosive amounts of damage. Yeah, he got shanked in the leg for 16, because this guy did an explosive 29. These are all exploding dice. You roll a 6-sided die. If you roll a 6, add 5 and roll again. And this guy rolled a lot. He's getting shredded, but he's holding the line. And pretty soon these guys are going to decide that this fight is just not for them, and away they go. And this Alaris, despite taking half of his hit points and damage, has not taken any actual wounds, so these guys are good. I'm glad you're amused, Jackie P. Well, I'm not, actually. Effin' Snow, off we go. Still with our main starting army. And these ones did bring crossbows. Fortunately, we're not too worried, given that we have shields. Well, I hope we're not too worried. You might take out my commander, and I'll be very, very unhappy. Someone is taking a lot of damage. Just one of our bodyguards. Alright, hopefully we claw through these guys pretty quickly, because those archers are those crossbows are a problem. Fortunately for us, you can only fire a crossbow every other round, so it's not the sustained damage that longbow or shortbow is. Still does mean each of these volleys can be quite dangerous, and you see the damage numbers popping up for our units here. But as long as they don't kill our commander, we should be okay. And the rat is feeling good. He took 2 crossbow blows. One in the body that didn't hurt, and one in the body which barely hurt. Okay, their heavy infantry is already running away. It'd be fortunate for me if their crossbows also ran away, but their commander corps is here as well. Yeah, these commanders, plus a priest. Indie priests don't have blesses. They just have the standard... Wait, they don't even get the +1 morale bless? Broken, man. Indies should have some kind of bless going for them. Once again, my units decide to just run on past the other army. Some of the commanders are fleeing, the rest of the commanders are fleeing, and those that remain die. Alright, unsurprisingly, we took a couple of losses to the crossbowmen, but crossbows are powerful like that. I don't like using them because the amount of times I just end up shooting my own units with crossbowmen, and I take losses in what would otherwise be a lossless fight. It bothers me, so I don't like using them. Alright, and this is us finding out what is in this province. I mean, exactly what's in the province. You just get a vague idea from the reports that you get, but going in and directly looking at them, this does not fill me with fear. My expander army could handle this. There's no Mage, for example. There's just Wilfred Dion the Priest and a few regular commanders. And the archers aren't anything special. There are quite a few heavy infantry, but nothing that should cause concern, and hopefully our scout Finellis retreats without issue. And he successfully retreats to the Netherlands. Oh, see, life is good. So this is something we didn't see in the previous run because our units were mindless, but Khalees is such an excellent leader that he gets the heroic ability of physical strength. And that will grow as he becomes more and more famous as a hero. Not that strength is a great thing for a general to have, but it's good for a thug to have, and he's a bit thuggish. Luton, Green Path. Curious about Luton. But get me to the Green Path. I wanna know where my nearest foe is. It's not a huge world, is it? And I'm being given a surprising amount of land. Where are all the other people spawning? Let's not concern ourselves with such things. Let's make another expander. Guard our commander, blessing, and attack closest. And I want you to go to... Ooh, you can go straight to Bornholm. That's very nice. You go over to Avorion, and you take on the Slough of Despair. 1, 2, 3. My monkeys cannot see underground at all, so they take a massive attack and defense penalty from being underground. It's the first time I've ever heard anyone interested in Luton or its airport. Alright, the rat. Might move 10, really? Yeah, these guys are not very good at moving around. Could take Balton. I could take on the Coliseum of Fools immediately, or we could go into the Pilot Wings Resort. Probably want to go into the Pilot Wings Resort. It's a bit of a scary engagement for one of our small amounts of little dudes here. I want to take on barbarians of the proper army. And I could even consider taking the Dundee docks, because that will give me access to Itchitid. And there's a reasonable chance, perhaps even a guaranteed chance, that there is the Itchitid water mage there. I have local access to water, but it's chance-based, and I need to do my capital-only recruit for it. I also want to see what's beyond the Lilat system, so yeah, let's take on the Pilot Wings Resort. And I want to continue getting expander crews out. But after this, I think I'm going to transition to my capital-only priest, so we can start getting the... Ugh, I'm not going to have the money for that, am I? I could get the Disciple of the Sylphborn and have him be our Blood Hunter, but he's really vulnerable to being attacked by people that want to protect their virgin daughters. And it's a bit of a waste of his nature paths, and his research ability, and his cost. How's the treasury looking right now? Yeah, not great. Don't forget your scouting and islands. No, I won't be forgetting. Before I end a turn, I tap N to go through all of my unused commanders. Okay, this is fine. This is another good expander, but there's going to be a lot of expansion. My economy should be very powerful. I'm actually hoping that the AI puts up a good fight. Go and tell me about the underground. Oh, hold on, hold on. Is this gateway in Jolly Roger Bay? No, it isn't Seto Inland. It's just that you have to get through Jolly Roger to get to Seto Inland. That's fine, though. Finalis, you're going underground. Havelock, Veterinar. Oh, you're from Discworld, aren't you? You're the propagator of the one-man, one-vote system. Go and tell me what's happening underground in the Slough of Despair, please. Just checking to see that we don't have any other easy recruit priests. Not priests, scouts. But yeah, we're going to be scouting. I love placing scouts on thrones as well. I tell a lie. The underground is not as important as knowing what's beyond the Lilat system. Yeah, he's a man and he has the vote. You know it. Could I cheekily get another shade? I want my research to continue on. Body ethereal is good, you know. Let's get our really, really crappy province defense in. 6 is nice, but I want to go for about 30 if possible. Only once I have threats, though. Once I have, say... The water is going to be a big threat, by the way. Especially with Zishai being on the coast. Atlantis is very, very capable of just parking an army of meteorite warriors here and just going bleh and invading you on land. Atlantis can fight as well on land and in water, and they're very, very good at both. They've also got that coral stuff, so they can poison you when you hit them. So I'm kind of saddened that I don't have a poison resist or regeneration on my monkeys. Because although they're poisonous, they could die to other poisonous barbs. Oh well, the thing is you can't get everything. You cannot make a unit that is impervious to everything. I suppose that's not true, is it? You could use an unbelievable amount of astral pearls and cast Wish to give them immense amounts of power, which could give them thousands of hit points, so you couldn't even soul slay them. But you know, if you're at that point, you're sandbox moding anyway. And I've done some sandboxing in this game. Alright, nothing to worry about, so we keep moving. Can capitals spawn underground? They can, although I don't think any of my nations are counted as underground. That's not true. That's not true at all. There's, oh, I've forgotten the name of them. Wait, what? Magical artifacts are being forged. What? How? Nobody has the ability to forge magical artifacts. That needs construction 9. I don't understand. Anyway, we'll look at that in a little bit. Done some research. Oh my. A throne has already been claimed. That's terrifying. How did one of them get so strong to already claim a throne? Anima is doing this for King of Patience. Shiznid. Oh boy. Alright, Avorion. What was going on there? A lot of concerning things I'm reading this turn. Let's hope that we can assuage our fears. You didn't miss, did you? You did miss! Okay, that's it. I'm having them cast Bless 3 times. How did you miss the monkey? They're huge. Yeah, so this guy on the flank is not blessed, meaning he doesn't blood surge, he doesn't have awareness. He's really quite vulnerable here. So hopefully he doesn't get shreked. He's currently getting shreked. Alright, fortunately the foes are running away before he takes any real damage. But yeah, not happy about that one. But we learned something important. Cast Bless 3 times. Love Blood Surge. Yeah, pound for pound, this gives so much added stats at little cost. I think this costs 4 blood. And it gives 3 attack, 1 defense, 3 strength, 1 reinvigoration. If you wanted that independently in terms of blessing, yeah, you're going to need some earth, you're going to need some fire, a bit of water. Doesn't happen. Alright, Bornholm. Did you miss again? Yeah. No, they're all... No, we missed again. Right, okay, so the lesson is learned. Apply 3 blessings. That could be a problem here. This is a very well-defended province. I mean, for stinky little humans. And for the concern that I don't have my bless on one of these guys. Ugh, heavy infantry. I don't like them. Hopefully they can eat some of the crossbows instead of us. Guy on the flank is in trouble. Fortunately, he is surging. And the Unsurroundable did stop some of those hits from destroying his defense entirely, but that's still a lot of harassed penalty. I'm not entirely convinced this Unsurroundable is worth it. 2 is just not enough. It's kind of like getting +2 defense skill, but it did cost me 3 air. 3 air defense bless points. And he is getting shredded out there. Fortunately, my monkeys are damn good monkeys, so he may be able to hold. But now he's very liable to be shot to death by a stray crossbow bolt. Fortunately, the enemy is routed, so those crossbow units will disappear. And impressively, he didn't take a wound for that. Okay, all in all, we're doing really good on our expansion, but that's because these monkeys are damn good at what they do. The Slow of Despair. More monkey magic. This time, however, it's Divine Blessing. Divine Blessing always hits all sacreds when cast. On the friendly team, at least. And then... Go, my monkeys, go. These guys look strong, but remember, they're just taking on crappy little independent humans. They've got low morale, low skills, and this guy's got low chance of surviving, considering we crippled him. And then a monkey just goes and eats him. Alright, and then the Pilot Wings Resort with the actual army. Pretty good starting position, all things considered. You're not sandwiched in so far. Yeah, we have gotten unbelievably good starting location. So I did not want my monkeys fighting this. For several reasons. 1, we can't repel them because they're fighting with length 2 and we have length 2. 2, they actually deal damage. Look at that, 24 slashing damage. That can actually pierce through our protection. Their skills aren't terrible, the morale isn't that great, but we don't kill very fast. So we would have gotten surrounded and quite possibly routed by barbarians. Which is why I bring in the real army. Now, the real army is even more squishy, and the barbarians can easily do damage and kill some of them. But I need the support in numbers. Because if you can survive the barbarians' onslaught for a couple of turns, they're going to rout, because they are really, really scaredy cats. But look at that. Yeah, this guy on the flank just got absolutely mulched. And yeah, they're carving their way through the flank, but as you can see, the barbarians realize that their shock charge doesn't... Oh, this is risky. Yeah, one load of them are running, but the maul bearers are still hanging on in there, and they are shredding my units. Yeah, we're out. We're gone. Mutual retreat. Well, not quite. Von Dougal's the barbarian chief is chasing us down. He's not even berserk, he just really doesn't want to leave. So yeah, do not underestimate barbarian independence. Of course, now you can underestimate them because most of them fled, and fleeing independents never come back. Yeah, geez, look at that. 24 of them down. On top of that, one of them went on their own, but yeah, that kind of ruined my expander army here. The rat. Injured, and one of them broke their shields here. You can still go and retake the Pilot Wings Resort. I'm not going to count this as a loss. Havelock Vetinari, please investigate the Lilat system for any signs of Andros and his cronies. Avorion, Slow of Despair, and Bornholm were successful at least. I don't think I want to go underground. You know what? There's Deep Mount, Hidden Realm, Deep Gorge, Umbra, the Womb. Maybe we could have a little tickle underground, bit of slap and tickle. Can you get underground in one shot? No, you cannot. Alright, well, you could go to Alexandria. You could go to Balaton. I still want to head north and push as hard as I can. Ah, there we go, there we go. We found our first opponent, Malane. There's Malane's capital as well. They, similar to us, have a nice starting position, but they didn't push out as aggressively. So I could even try my luck at taking Ulm and Lake Hylia, and then placing, say, a fort on... Alexandria is the better place for a fort because it's a choke point. It also covers a lot of areas. It does mean ceding Ulm and Lake Hylia to their reach because the AI always puts forts on thrones. I mean, I've seen them not do it once or twice, but safer to just assume they always do. I definitely want Alexandria, that's a given. There are a lot of Wolf Tribe archers there, though. You're not messed up, are you? Also, let's not forget to add another blessing. Maybe just bless 4 times, right? Let's not take any chances on this. I'll set you a little bit further back so that you don't... you're not so liable to be shredded by archer fire whilst you're doing blessings. Yeah, you take Pilot Wings Resort. Jin Lennon, you take more of the army. On guard commander duty, of course. Do you think we can take Jolly Roger Bay? With just Jin Lennon and co. I'd be more comfortable sending 2 armies over there. But I do want this land in general, and I certainly want to assure that the Tunnels of the Lost can belong to me. I'm willing to chance it. It doesn't answer my question, do I want to go overground, or do I want to take Constantinople et al.? Surely use your blood magic to summon some dark power units to the underground. Oh yes, but that's a while away right now. We haven't even gotten into blood hunting. Can you connect the underground zones? We don't know that. We don't know the layout here. The Hidden Realm might connect over to the Tunnels of Lost. I believe that's where I start bringing in Waka. Waka can go down to the Tunnels of Lost. Actually, Finellis is already going down into the Tunnels of Lost. Waka can go down this way, potentially. If you get blocked off at Ulm/Lake Hylia, then you can take Constantinople. I want Khalid to investigate the underground. Rather have it, not need it, etc. Nick freaking Brick. Tell me what happens in the Cosmo Canyon and possibly wait there. Hang on, Malin, you took the first throne, so we know what this is, don't we? No, but we know it's not the throne of the Artificer. That's a level 2 throne that they took immediately. Ooh, we better keep our eye on Shiznid, God of Genie. Janij. Troubling stuff. Anyway, let's figure out a thing or two about Malane. We are Zishai, of course. There's Silindor for Malane. Once again, we get a confusingly similar flag. Better remember they've got the snake on theirs. So, Ichidas and Avvites. They similarly use Avvites, but they have water access through their impure mages. They're another blood nation. In fact, nature, water, and blood, they're us, but without the astral. I take it back. They get the astral. And they get the earth access. These commanders of theirs are kind of crap. Like, as commander units go, Ichidids are kind of bad. In fact, Ichidids overall are kind of crappy. Their sacreds are... Okay, well, I'm very, very glad I put fire resistance on my bless. Because they have a fiery breath, dealing armor-piercing fire magical damage. And its area of effect. That doesn't really matter much to my monkey friends, but that's still unpleasant. Fortunately for me, their exceptional acts can be repelled, and their skills are not quite as good as ours. Except they become more skilled in the lands of life, which our lands are. And I don't know what their bless is. Don't the fish generally suck? Most fish do suck, but some really don't. The meteorite guards, the Atlanteans, they're pretty hardcore. And there's some good water summons. And the nice thing about fish is they tend to use non-iron equipment. So you can't rust and shatter their equipment so easily. And sometimes they bring in some poison, but these ones don't seem to. Oh, bone glaive, that's cool. This is their chaff, and that's pretty cool. I love glaives. Nice weapon. Oh, they got some nets as well. Fortunately, we're large enough not to really worry about being netted much. We should be able to break out. They bring a great bow, which does real damage. Quite expensive, though. I think overall we should be able to handle Milane, but you never know, do you? Don't know what their bless is. Plus, they're on like mighty level or so they're quite a bit stronger than what we're facing off against before. All right, even so, what was Jin Lennon up to? I believe I wanted to see if I could take Jolly Roger Bay with him. We didn't get any more easy recruit spies. We did. All right, give me a couple more scouts, please. And I need to already start thinking about the fortification effort. Costs a lot of money, but the sooner you get it up, the sooner it pays off. We have Zishai, obviously. I know Avorion's a nice target, but I think Alexandria has to be my fort. Yeah, Ulm and Lake Hillier can be something that we try to exert power over, but there's a very high chance that Milane just takes these before we get a chance to, which is fine. Alexandria holding Constantinople, Slow, Avorion, and Bornholm within its influence is already quite alright. Ridley Bank, on the other hand, though, is a really nice province. Maybe I could just fort it as well. Zishai, Ridley Bank, Alexandria. Probably Pilot Wings Resort. I wish I knew its population. I wish I knew why it had so many death skulls on it as well. Effensnow's a damn good province, but it doesn't have very good connections. Coliseum of Fools is probably a good place, actually. Yeah, Coliseum of Fools. And even Pilot Wings Resort. Just really knuckle down the protection here. I could even add another one in Albania or Sherwood if I feel like just saying, you shall not pass around here. Basically, I've got a really, really good location, except for... I did specifically mention Atlantis as the guy that can come out of the water and harass me like crazy. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, but it will probably come to that. Oops. So by cancelling that guy, I think I just cancelled his partial commander point recruitment. But I'd be happier with more expansion opportunities. Even though I really, really want to... I could reset the turn, but I'm not going to reset the turn over that. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Get another expander party out, and I do need to start working on these guys right here. Alright, keep at it. Darn, I missed the 2 hours of monkeys. What's a Pretender Bless like? We've got Rainbow Ghost King with some some blesses that don't require him to be alive. Fairly weak blesses, but I think they come together quite well. Alright, Balaton. Oh, I think I forgot to tell this guy to bless 3 times. Hopefully he gets everybody. I saw you miss this guy. Oh, no, maybe not. And you do bless 3 times. Okay, I told you to do it 4. That's fine then. The monkeys are good. The monkeys are very strong, unsurroundable, blood-surging. And they're getting experience now. Experience makes their skills go up even more. Look at this freaking guy. He's in a swamp and he still has attack 18. Unfortunately, we're fighting against people with spears. We're not going to repel that. Repel, I think, got really boosted up in Dominion 6, but I don't exactly know how. I remember Repel being garbage in Dominions 5, but I don't know what changed. It just feels better, right? In the end, this is a game of feeling. So we go through no problem. Alexandria, no bumping, which is good, but we'll see what happens in the north. That's a lot of them. And they've got a mage there. A mage with very low morale. Is he their only commander? No, because there's also Lethirol, the barbarian chief. But if they take a lot of losses, I think they're going to rout. Where's the barbarian chief? Ah, there he is. Coming over in with his great sword and his ability to go on a rampage. Could be troublesome, though. We do not have a lot of monkeys here. And since it's just one to a square, they can get really mobbed, especially the guys on the flanks. But as you can see, the poisonous barbs are doing wonderful work here. Yeah, this guy's horrifically poisoned, and it reduces skills. So those poisonous barbs aren't just for show. I think that commander came in and, yep, the barbarian chief hit us in the leg, and we got a permanent limp. Don't be fooled by the words permanent, though. It's only permanent until we recuperate, and we will recuperate. There's a lot of short bows. Short bows do short damage. And they come in with daggers, and daggers are not long enough to not have them be poisoned. So yeah, they are not going to persist against monkey magic. Very good. Sorry about this guy, man. That permanent limp probably doesn't feel very good. I need to keep a close eye on any of my units going crippled on marches. If they do, I need to drop them until they are no longer crippled. So I attacked back into the barbarian place because all the ones that fled will never return. So now we just have to handle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units. And I think we can handle 5 units. Blech. 4, 3, and the other ones are just trying to run. Trying? Oh, they're trying, all right. Why did you even report for militia duty if you're literally crippled? Swift death for you. That's no Crazy Dave. All right, down they all go, no problem, and Umbra. This is us going underground, despite the fact that our monkeys cannot see. They're enshrouded in near total darkness, destroying their skills. -3 is pretty big. Because almost every unit underground has dark vision. Okay, this isn't dark vision, it's blind, but it just means that it's not affected by the darkness. Even so, they are Jots, and Jots are garbage units, so watch them, and watch them die. Blech. Ooh, interesting. They have a Death Mage slot here, who is... maybe he had some gems or something, because he managed to raise rather a lot of long deads. Anyway, those long deads will remain long dead. Blip. Skeletons are not living units, so they don't trigger Blood Surge. Blood Surge will only happen when you kill something that is... I don't know if it's alive or if it's non-mindless. I think it's alive is required for Blood Surge. But I don't think they're going to be able to raise skeletons faster than we can just destroy them. Yeah, they ran away. So we do have a toehold in the underground. And the Slow of Despair decided to give us no money. Great. Nuspertip's Brave Deeds and Iron Will are now told. Okay, so I do want these guys to be thugs. So getting more skills and such is better. More magic resistance is very welcome. Balaton is mine. Our foe to the north did not expand south. We could take Ulm and Helia. Helia is the better thing. How many of you are there, by the way, Darth Air? There are only 4 of you. Helia is a dangerous proposition, but it is the better province. Risk all or save none. Doldrum. Waka, change of plan. You head up north via Luton. Doldrum is going underground. Umbra is mine. And hey! We found a mushroom forest for gems. I like that. We have found a throne that I want. And we have discovered that the underground does connect. There are rather a lot of these warriors, and they go berserk, so I actually think they could pose a problem, and they're everywhere. But I reckon we could cheaply go into the Hidden Realm and try and scout around a bit more. We're doing some very aggressive expansion here, by the way. It's still the first year. In fact, it's only turned 7. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 provinces. This is just head and shoulders above what I normally perform. To be fair, we have very, very good expanders. Crossbows for you. I think you can handle that, right? How could you not? And I am asserting that Jin Lennon might be able to take Jolly Roger Bay on his own. Big Follows is getting his big following. You will also be told to bless and attack. But I want you to go via Dundee Docks. The rat. Your ability to expand is now over. Unless I think you can also take Los Illuminadas. Do the undead get poisoned? The undead have poison resistance of like 25 or so. It's not impossible to poison them, but it's very difficult. If the rat dies going to Los Illuminadas, then so be it. Just put everybody on the front row like that. You stay behind them. Yeah, maybe we take Los Illuminadas, maybe not, but I think it's the last assault the rat ever does. And then he's going to kind of retire to troop ferrying duties. Curious about the Vasa. I'm going to go over to Giza anyway. Deception Island looks like a lake. Lakes are good. Easy to take. Nick Brick could explore more, but I think I'm going to permanently park him on the Cosmo Canyon. That way I know if and when Malayan attack, and I get a better idea of what the Malayan army is made of. Oda Nobunaga. You tell me about the Vasa. Could be some risks associated with this approach here. Well, we know that there are. I want a fort in Alexandria. I'll actually tell Doldurm to do that, and the next spy can go underground. The rat's troops are no longer attacking. Ratty doesn't win again. There's Oceania. I wonder between them, Oceania and Atlantis, who is the superior underwater fighter? I guess we'll find out soon enough, because we'll see what the waters are full of. But yeah, there must be a bit of a death march over here with all the nations there. So we've got 2 underwater, we've got ourselves. And that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 others. There's one of them, so there's 5 more around here. Is that Stronghold? Yes, we are definitely referencing Stronghold. I think about Stronghold at least 3 or 4 times every day. Alright, Zishai recruitment. Do I even want this Shade guy again? Alright, this is the last time we do this for a while. After this, I need to start working on my capital-only dude. And probably also some archers. Don't want to spend all of my money, though, because I'm going to need that for making fortifications. So yeah, we're going to tidy up our border, maybe continue to be aggressive underground, and then we're going to shore up our border. I'm not quite willing to go all in on attacking another faction right now because of the massively boosted province defense. And the fact that they are playing a Mighty, giving them enormous boosts to their economy, I think I would very, very swiftly die. I also don't have a good as siege army. None of my units are getting siege bonuses, although they generally have good strength. So the siege strength of just my... Actually, the archers make excellent siegers. Who would have thought? They're relatively inexpensive. They're animals, so they eat less. And they just shred forts with their strength, provided I mass them up. Relatively cheap, yeah. Okay, not too worried about it. How about another re-release of Stronghold? No, I think we have enough Stronghold releases by now. Alright, lots of battles. How do they go? Lake Hylia didn't seem to bump, but... Light cavalry can be a problem. But I don't think they will be. The problem is, even when you engage them... Wait, why do they not have their lances? This is not light cavalry that I... Oh, I'm thinking of horse cavalry, not light cavalry. You don't see a lot of light cavalry. They don't have the move and shoot ability. Okay, I'm not terribly afraid. Okay, maybe I should be. They've got heavy cavalry here. Those lances can come in and do some serious damage. So we have to hope that all 4 of us don't get shredded by them. That's a lot of them. Oh well, luck be upon us. Brace yourselves. Oh, so they must have tried to hit us with hoofs and their broadsword and they get poisoned for it. It's good that the poison hits early, making them less liable to actually hurt us. But yeah, these monkeys can survive a heavy cavalry charge, which is a very good testament to their killing power. Just wish this guy on the back would actually engage. Come on. I think he's trying and failing. because his job is to protect the commander. So, you know, he's just making sure nobody flanks Darth Air. Darth Air, the tough-skinned. Okay, that's really rather nice. Heroic ability boosting his protection to, well, only +1, but protection is just great. Oh, wow. I was wondering if that poisonous barb would ever really play, and we actually just killed the heavy cavalry charge with our poisonous barbs, because the hooves of the horses were hitting straight into them. That leaves the light infantry or militia that we've seen many a time before. Oh! Overgrown Lunaris on the flank is not feeling good. Fortunately, these guys have routed, but one bad arrow to that guy's face, and he's dead. I hear him dying on the runway. He hasn't taken any wounds, though. God, I love recuperation. Oh, okay, so he did get shot with that stray arrow, but, as those that read might notice, that these are masters of shapeshifting and can shift into a werebear. So he took a fatal wound, which caused him to transform. The transformation retains the bless, but they take a massive hit in their protection, and unfortunately, he gets double the combat speed, so he's probably going to charge in and die. But it's another chance on life. Why are they running? Why are we moraled out? Darth Air isn't moraled out. Darth Air, you're in trouble. You're alone out there. Oh, no, he's trying to leg it. Oh, I don't think he's going to make it. He's got an ever-healing wound and almost no hit points left, although he has poisoned his attackers, so they're less likely to be able to hit him, but when you're routing, your skills drop as well. Come on, come on! You gotta get out of there, man! Oh, he's so dead. Oh, but he gets another chance at life by becoming a werebear, but the werebear doesn't have the skills. Ah, bye, Darth Air. You tried. And then all the poison ticks in. Yeah, so the mounts are dead, but the riders survived. Mostly took over the province, but this is the risk of going in with small attack, things like that. The bodyguards took too much hit point damage, causing them to take a morale check, which they failed. They abandoned the commander, and the commander was unable to hold on his own. Oof. Okay, what was that for? Albania? No, that was for Lake Hylia. That's a shame, because I wanted Lake Hylia, and we didn't get it. And of course we lost our Sword Lord commander as well. Oh well, can't expect to win them all. Well, maybe I can expect it, but it didn't happen. We see squishy little humans, we kill squishy little humans. Although we still have our limp one at the back, don't we? Yeah. Recuperation does not need friendly Dominion to kick in, so he will eventually survive, provided we don't drag him on long marches that causes limp to become cripple and then cripple to just die. Zishai continues fumbling around in the darkness, but against such a tiny little army, it shouldn't be a problem. Wee little Bakemono shows they do have dark vision, so they're not quite as impacted by the darkness as us, but they're about to be impacted by giant angry monkeys. Oh wow, you brought a water elemental. Interesting choice, but they still die. Those phantasmal warriors. No, the little Oni spirits. I don't think I've seen these before. Little spectral clubs. Interesting. Rest in peace, first heroic ability in 2 games. That wasn't a big deal. We'll get more of those, of that I'm certain. The Los Illuminatus Church. This is my last attack of the rat, and I think he can handle it. Will Ratty win again? Yes, because humans are just so bad. Of all the races, like, humans have got to be one of the most underperforming out there. And then finally, Jolly Roger Bay. This is me asserting that, despite this being a throne province, we should be able to handle it because it's completely benign. There are no mages, no cavalry, no big deal, right? We just ensure we get our bless going, and then we say, come one, come all. Actually, this isn't a bad formation for dealing with these dudes. Just engage and destroy. Oh, this guy's in a bad spot, though. He's been crippled. Oh, dear. Cripple's really bad. You could easily die from that. But again, if he does die, he's got a second chance at life as a werebear. It's just the werebear does not have a lot of hope. Okay, I'm impressed. We did take the throne. I'm going to want that because I haven't built any temples, so my dominion does not currently spread, except for my capital. Alright, not too shabby. Our expansion is probably going to slow down at this point. Wow, we still haven't found the enemy on this edge. Alright, Ratty. Ratty needs a new job. Yeah, I know about Giza. Tell me about Arbarang and beyond, please. Oh, there's a throne in the water, Socotra. Continue the attacks, please. I want the Colosseum of Fools. Okay, so he's taking Ulm. He's probably going to take Lake Helia. Moving into there is just risking a bump, which I don't want. So, Waka, you still continue north, because I don't want to know about that. Doldrum, your job is to create a... Oh, that's bad. We pay extra for fortifications, don't we? Yeah, we're limited to primitive fortified cities, which aren't quite so good. We did learn that we can make wizard towers at the expense of earth gems, but without earth access, we're going to be struggling on access for that. Well, be that as it may, it still is required, so go and build me a palisade here. Going to need to squeeze every penny for this then. Okay, I'm not worried about it. Don't we already have 10 times the provinces we had in the last run? Yeah, in terms of province count, we're doing immensely better than before. That means, let's see, I'm going to need another commander over here. Fortunately, my commanders are recruit anywhere. I could just make 2 more sword lords. Or like I could make 1 last batch of units, I suppose. Right, big follows. Nobody's crippled there. You take Dundee Docks. Jin Lennon, this guy is crippled. So this guy in particular is going to just wait here until he's no longer crippled. Seto Inland Sea needs to be mine. Where is my... Oh, please don't tell me the one that died was my prophet. I don't want to hear that. Really don't want to hear that. Okay, good, it wasn't. It was Darth there. Who's our prophet then? There's a way to find the prophet. Select prophet with alt home. Alt home. Ah, I sent the prophet underground. That's not good. That's quite a bad idea, in fact. It's nice that I'm taking the underground. Kind of. But I want to claim that throne. Do I just abandon ship immediately from the underground campaign? Because Chambers and Stalagmia are very takeable. What's the throne? That's probably the better question. It's the high throne with Dominion spread 3. Oh, that is so good. Oh, I want that. How good are underground and water provinces? Very good. Water provinces tend to have pretty damn good income, and underground provinces tend to have amazing resources. They tend to have a lot more nuanced gem generation from their holy sites. So you find a lot of water sites in water, and like earth sites and sometimes fire sites in the underground. The underground got nerfed a bit, says Cyan. At launch, they had more gems and gold. Yeah, I definitely remember them being too good. Alright. The underground campaign. What I could do is send Lupin. Hold on, I've made Lupin here, haven't I? Lupin, here's your followers. They guard you, you bless them. I want you to take over the underground campaign. And I will have Khalees come out to get to Jolly Roger Bay as soon as possible, because I want the Dominion spread. You know, this is the land I have, but my actual Dominion is pathetic, because I don't have any priests preaching, or a god, or any additional temples. Of course, we will work on all of these things. Yeah, this is my last building of these kinds of units, I think. And then I'm finally going to start making it. Maybe I could make a second, like another one? Surely more of them are better. Yeah, and that'll be my last bunch of these before I start making the Keepers of the Sylphborns. That works for me. Basil Batlord. There's still a lot of information that I don't have up north. Even so, I want you to go via Sparse Reef, please. Alexandria, no, it's Slow of Despair that makes me additional scouts, that's fine. Garrus Vicanian, I want you to move around underground. I want somebody to permanently keep their eyes on the Deep Mount and tell me if anybody attacks into that. It's a little frustrating because I think I could take Deep Mount. I'm just not entirely sure. I mean, my prophet is right here. He could attack and take that throne. But I'm just not confident enough, especially considering he only has 4 bodyguards instead of 5, that I could reasonably take that. But the annoying and the further frustrating thing is I could, like, carve around here. Alright, I have another idea. We're not coming out. Instead, we're going to send Lupin over to the underground, and Lupin together with Khalees will assault Deep Mount. They will take it. Khalees will seize the throne and then come back for the other throne. The High Throne's Dominion spread is good, but let's not overvalue it compared to just grabbing land. Land grabs are good. I think the rat will be waiting around these days. He could try for the Lilat system, but I don't think he'll make it. Yeah, so for now, the rat just waits until I find a good place to put you. Tunnels of the Lost, tell me about Ulm. Could be that this is all the underground is, but we don't have that information yet. That's a scout. Alright, I want a Bakemono chief to investigate the underground for me. Death access in Umbra, by the way. It's not good death access, in fact it's quite terrible, just 1. If you really want to do death things, you tend to need about 3 or 4 to begin with. And the big exploit at the moment is water thrones sometimes have worse defense, so if water nations get lucky, they can have easy tier 3 thrones and throne rush. Depends what you set your throne requirements to. In this run, you need 16 points. Don't know why the high throne is there at the top, though. Maybe it's ordered in terms of dominion spread, rather than actual level. That would explain why Throne of the Second Age beats Throne of Life. Interesting way of ordering. Alright, that's fine. I swear there's a crippled unit somewhere that I forgot to leave them be. Reimu, the Trident Commander, has claimed the Throne of the Stars for Cylinder. Okay, so the thrones are getting claimed here. Dundee Dock, full of Itchitids, shouldn't be too hard to destroy. Quite a few of them, though. And they bring nets, stone spear, but nothing for us to worry about is what I'm getting at. And they are living beings, despite being fish, so we blood surge as we splat them. Again, the flanks feel the pain here, but down they go. Huh. Oh, of course they didn't get poisoned. They have length 3 weapons. I was wondering why poison didn't proc at all there. Stalagmia. Here I am convinced that the underground is worth pushing for. Against a little Bakemono show, of course it is. Whoa, this guy... Yeah, he immediately got yarried. It's fine, though. The enemy's already gone. The Colosseum of Fools. I always feel a bit sad when my strategy is just use one kind of unit, but this is only for expansion. I like my armies to be more mixed, you know, like ranged on the back, mixed units on the front, something fast for flanking, mage support. But obviously we don't have the resources for that, so this is the cheapest way I could think to expand with this nation. And then finally the Seto Inland Sea to secure my southern border. Shouldn't be a problem, it's just wimpy little humans, and they very quickly run away and die. The Dundee Docks have given us some glamour gems, which we have no real use for. The Frostpunk Generator, for some reason, I was going to name the food generating building, but I've forgotten it. Not the hunting horn places, but where do you grow food in that? Jin Lennon. Yeah, we're raking in the heroes now. Defense skill is very good to have on these guys. Defense skill I do want. But yes, the Seto Inland Sea is mine. Is this dude healed yet? No, he's still crippled. But someday he won't be crippled, and then we can pick him back up for the army. Do I think we can fight cavemen? Cavemen are garbage units. Also, Ulm is the end here. I do want this. I do want this quite a lot. You go and tell me what's going on around Shem or thereabouts. Actually, I can get another Backgammon show there for that. In that case, go over to Moon Nethermines and tell me where Nethermines pops out at, please. Finellis has already decided that's the end there, so please pop around. So yeah, Jin Lennon can attack into the Tunnels of the Lost. I reckon he can take that. And you know what, he could even meet up with you and then climb over the Deep Mount together. I'll take it. Right, Gussie. Gussie, you take these units. So again, just guard, bless, and... Oh, hello, we finally found someone. Lake Biwa has Falcon Land over there. On top of that, there's also Lasar. Never rains but it pours. We found nobody and then we found 3. Because Atlantis can go onto the land here. And it's not difficult for them. Lasar. So Lasar are in the water. They must be the Pale One Nation. That's exactly what they are. Ooh, man, this guy could be something else. His skills are pretty low, but... pretty nice unit overall. Fortunately, their Olms don't Mind Blast, so we don't have to deal with that. But they do go Berserk. And they're really well skilled. Damn, with a Kite Shield as well for intense parry. Low protection at least, so our exceptional short swords could cut these things to ribbons, but they are 2 to a square unlike ours, and it's difficult to hit that. Who needs skills when you're a blind worm? I think you'll find they have 100% dark vision. Are they actually blind? No, it would say that they're blind here. Yeah, maybe I should worry about those Cavern Wights. We do not have cold resistance, but we do have heat scales. So if I can make my my disgusting Dominion spread better, we'll be alright in that regard. Tell me about Falcon Land. Gordon Freeman runs that. The Asmegs and the Divine Unicorn riding Sacreds. Nothing too exceptional about them, unless I'm fighting them in summer. Their unicorns get extra skills due to their rider, though. And worth noting that unicorn mount can hit. Smart mount goes home. Yeah. Right, Gussie, Carl. Gussie's got the army. Where was I going to send Gussie? I need reinforcements over the edge. That's not true, because Big Follows can go and invade the Lilat system. Gussie can just shore up our defenses there overall. I'm scared. Well, not scared, but I'm noting the possibility of attack over here. I want more defenses in Alexandria, because this is where we're staging our... Oh, what the hell is this? What the hell is that? When did Oceania grab Ichitar warriors? How? That's not a... that is not a mercenary band. Ooh, I don't like your position there, Sunshine. Okay, it is in their cap circle, but how did they get these things here? Tell me about Ishitor warriors, please, Dom 6 Mod Inspector. HTY unit. HTY. Don't need to know about the Mind Lord anymore. So this I didn't know. They have a shape on land where they sprout some legs and they can actually breathe there. They go berserk as well. Their skills are kind of crummy. They don't trample. They got a nice long bronze spear. I could kill them. I'm quite confident I could kill them because their skills are so pathetic. They go berserker to give them more attack skill, but then their defense skill is still pretty bad. Their strength is really good, but our protection is also really good. Alright, Oceania. Expanding here means war. Lupin, your underground attack is no longer what's happening. You're going to go and rid Constantinople of the Oceanians, and I'm going to probably province defense it up the wazoo so he doesn't do that again. Alright. That means that my underground expedition is a bit delayed. Just a little bit. You'll come in here and then circle around and you two can get together to take Deep Mount. Could also discover exactly what is in Deep Mount. I'm going to send in the Harvest Goddess to look at exactly what's in there and retreat. And if I'm knowing that, then I want Garrus Vacanus to head north and tell me what's beyond the womb. We know Hot Hollow leads into Cosmo Canyon, but we don't know if this goes beyond here to other underground provinces. Emperor Karl Franz. We've already decided this unit is still crippled, so you don't need to go and pick them up. What could I even do with you? I could just have you hang around here for now. I could also have you go over to somewhere like Alexandria and preach, which I think is a good move for you. These guys are expensive. Constantly recruiting them doesn't come for free. What I really need is these guys on permanent recruitment. So this is not insignificant amounts of money to spend, but I think I should do something like this. Those guys cost me a sacred thingamajigger, so maybe just keep it like that. And I am soon going to want those, but I need to save up my money for fortifications right now. Which means I need units who are going to build those fortifications. I love using scouts for it. Because generally speaking, I have uses for scouts beyond just doing that. And they can always sneak around. Ooh, hello. Yeah, damn. I'm pretty sure they introduced a better interface for checking what recruitables you have. But I am very much on the hunt for a better mage for general research. Now where do I... So I want a fort in Alexandria. I wouldn't mind one in Ridley Bank. Fort. Given this connects in the ice time, no, my heat dominion should keep this safe-ish. You know, I could put one in F and Snow and one in Los Iluminados. I just like the idea of tying this off. There's also Ryukyu. There are a lot of places for forts that I could have, basically. And forts improve your economy, of course, in a big way. I'm actually going to have you hang around in Arbarang. I foresee some kind of conflict here. That said, I still want to explore further north. Oda Nobunaga is working his way north. It's only early winter, so it should remain cold enough for you to go up north. Basically, I need more scouts. More scouts for building, more scouts for scouting. Skull Kid is in the Slough of Despair. I don't need you underground, but I still need to know more in the north. So go up to somewhere like... Oh, it's faster to go underground to Eudora? That's funny to me. Please go out there, please. Yeah, Harlock, you hang around in Arbarang until stuff hits the fan. F1 has a filter for showing special indie mages, I believe. It shows things that I have, but I don't think it shows things that I can recruit, right? Possibly, but I don't know what I'm looking for there. The province details X. Ah. Very small and difficult to assess, though. But I guess from here, what you could do is press, let's say, checking for nature mages with N. No, that just shows ones that I already have. Yeah, these are way too small for me to tell what's going on there. It's no big deal. Right, so yes, I want to get my keepers of whatever's cranked out on an industrial scale, and they will be my blood hunters from now on, because I'm confident they can survive blood hunting assassinations courtesy of their ill earths. The downside, of course, is that my research is non-existent. No point getting blood magic if I haven't researched blood magic, and my research is nothing. But that's what the other forts will be for. The other forts will exist for cranking out my mages. My really terrible national mages. Dom 7, Rise of the Gooey. Alright, onward to Sherwood. Zishai goes in. Crummy humans. Crummy humans die. Well, I mean, this monkey of mine is almost dead. He's frightened of battle now. Also, this brush is here. This bush is here. Somebody gave the bush a never-healing wound. How do you do that? I also think one of my monkeys died. We're gonna rout at this rate. Okay, good job not routing. One of them became a werebear, but I'm quite certain that the werebear will still persist. Boy, they got ruined there. Wait, did it persist? Yeah, I think it did. Went from 5 down to 3. That's okay, one should expect some attrition. I just didn't really expect attrition in this fight. I suppose in the end you can just get some really bad hits coming in. Oh, wow, okay, maybe I don't underestimate the Bone Tribe Beast Hunters. Look at that. He goes berserk, and he's got a septum here, so he could actually repel and deal very good damage. Good indie. Alright, chambers underneath. We're still fighting underground. But again, man, there's some really bad underground units here. I say that, and then you just got crushed. I think you crushed him. Not quite, but he certainly got mulched on the flank there. There we go, jings. Attrition. Who would have thought? More underground fighting, so this is me taking on the cavemen, who I said not a problem. There are, however, a lot of them. Great Club will not repel nor be repelled, but their skills are so bad. They don't even have full dark vision. I don't understand cavemen. What's the use case for cavemen? I guess they have strength, so they're a cheap-ish way. No, they're not cheap. They're 14 upkeep. I was thinking they're cheap siege strength, but not really. They don't eat less than anyone. What is the point? What do you use cavemen for? Okay, I say that and I'm getting mauled by cavemen. Well, sometimes you just gotta eat humble pie. And then how about Deep Mount? God, you were meant to join up with my prophet. So I wanted to know exactly what's in this province. Quite a lot of shortbow wielding hunters. Javelins, bites, the ability to go berserk. They have dark vision, but not fool. What about the commanders? Hey, they've got a sleeper commander. And what is this? An old as balls lucky glamour mage. Lots of air and gems. Maybe a double back on that underground idea of my prophet taking that. And instead we do get out and we claim the throne that we have. Yeah, how about better the one we have? 1 in the hand, 2 in the bush. Yeah, come up with whatever phrase you want. Glad that my dominion is existing here. But yeah, a little unhappy about how that Tunnels of the Lost fight went. You're still crippled, of course. Don't worry, someday you'll be not crippled. I'm making units here, but people will have to go and pick you up eventually. Lupin. Wait, hang on. Lupin was still a possibility for sending in there. I still want him to kill Oceania, but Lupin could take Deep Mount together with us. Could do both. Lupin, can you get to Deep Mount in 1 fell swoop? No, it's a 2-swoop job. If I fail and Khalees dies, that's pretty bad. But we do have shock resistance, so I shouldn't be that afraid of the air mage. I reckon 2 batches of our units could take that on, right? Although you've only got 3 of yours. Lupin has the full 5. What do we think this is? I think it's a level 1 throne. Throne of Beasts? Throne of Second Age? Since it has a mage with gems, maybe it's level 2. And since it has a glamour mage, maybe it's the Throne of Dreams. If it is the Throne of Dreams, do I really want it? Because it gives Sloth. Ah, but it gives magic, and I need that magic. It gives Glamour Gems that I can't reasonably use. The Astral Pearl's okay. Yeah, it kind of seems like it'd be Throne of Dreams, doesn't it? I don't think the Throne type influences defenders at all. I disagree, Tacte. But maybe I'm wrong. I think we take an attack on Deep Mount. Yeah, bring the both of us together, which means Khalees could just preach for now, and then we attack into it next turn. Yeah, you just move down into there, and then next turn we take Deep Mount, and then we go for the other throne. Little ham-fisted approach on the underground. I kind of wish I had another army for that. But I really, really need to build up my mages. If I need more of these guys, I can put them in Alexandria, which will have the palisades soon enough. It also needs a temple, which of course Emperor Karl is heading over to build right now. Sherwood is ours. Hey, look at that. Shambler's protecting a crappy throne here. Could be a throne of ice. I could do with some cold resistance and water gems. But how do I get into water is probably a bigger question. Yeah, we can figure that out in time. Right, for now I want you to continue the rampage over here. Luton Airport connects to the Spice Islands. Let's go check it out. This, I think, has no other connector. That's a bit of a concern because Mylene is going to see me as their only real competitor. Unless we luck into them finding another person to attack in the underground, but I don't see that happening. Could be a problem. The Harvest Goddess. I think we know much of what there is to know about here. We still don't know where the nether mines pop out at, actually. Go and discover that for me, please. Big Al. A little curious about the south. Go to Smother Dark, possibly the below. Garrus for Canaan. You check out the below then. We know where Hot Hollows goes. Still want some more fortifications. Still haven't decided on where they go, though. Be cool if we could take Ryukyu. Could you tell me what's in Ryukyu, please? Yeah, well, I would like to know. I would really want to know what's up here as well, but I can't know everything at once. I really want more forts. Getting pretty greedy? Yeah, I'm getting pretty greedy, but I think you should be as greedy as possible and take as many provinces as you can. If you lose some, okay. You still earned the money that you, that the resources, you still earned the stuff that they gave you whilst you had that. That's still good. I really want to shred Constantinople. I guess we'll take it on the way out. But that does mean I need to have some province defense here in case he gets any funny ideas about attacking out of there. And I'm still concerned about this, right? Atlantis could just invade me. So, it's the annoying thing about having Atlantis on the map is you feel like you need province defense where you normally wouldn't think about it. But yeah, the fact that he could invade at any of these points makes me really want to boost it up. Even concerning knowing that Oceania can walk on water. I didn't know he could do that. So I'm marginally concerned. Yeah, Atlantis raiding is a real pain. Maybe I should really embrace the 26 province defenses. Alright, what's happening now? Do I have anything aggressive happening right now at all? Yeah, Big Follows is going into the Lilat system. There's more of those Bone Tribers, by the way. The Bone Tribes gave me a run for my money earlier. And Nuspert is running out of troops. I think he's going to go back to Zishai to stock up. Yeah, Big Follows has the 5, of course. And this guy's still crippled. Alright, so my offense is slowing down enormously, which is fine. It's okay to go ham, hold what you have, bolster defenses, and carry on. Atlantis must have lost their profit, because now they're making another one, Melodiana, the Coral Queen. We did witness a battle, but it's happening in Shem. Looks like you took the Holborn Mercenaries, the Burgmeister Guard. How are they going to fare against these things? I'm curious to see it, actually. The Burgmeister are surprisingly decent units, good defense, skill, decent protection. No hit points, right? You destroy these guys with evocation or area of effect anythings, like auras. But how do they handle against these? Small targets are harder to hit. Oh, what? There's a spell called Envenom Arrows? And Chris Redfield is casting it. Which means it can be done Nature 1? Interesting. I don't know that spell. Where are you, Chris Redfield? You're over here. How many units does that affect? I don't know. New to Dom 6, and there are larger versions too. That's pretty cool. My units aren't poison resistant, so I'm not keen on just doing that, but I think poison got a really nice buff in Dominion 6 after all, because it affects enemy skills now. So these guys, they get angry, and they can definitely repel with their stone spear. And they've got a good attack skill to do repels. And because the Burgmeister is so tiny, a repel is actually significant damage. It only does 1 damage, but 1 when you only have 5 is quite a lot. And the Burgmeisters actually gave up, which is really good, and that's actually quite useful for me to know, that these might be something to consider as a problem. You know, they go berserk, they repel like mad, they're not going to retreat. Well, that's why I brought in extra to try and take the throne. I'm just thinking I'm going to be running a big risk marching on that throne this turn. Oh well, perhaps not. Still, it's good to see that Mullane, who is my reasonable competitor, has dunked money on mercenaries that died. The Lilat system. Andros is invading it? No, it's just giant monkeys. Wait a second. That's funny. Because Andros is some big monkey guy. Alright, very good. Little crummy humans get squished. The chambers underneath have given me misfortune. Well, at least it's not in my capital this turn. And Big follows brave deeds. He has Djinn blood. What does that do? This commander is known for his great combat skill. He gets extra powerful in magical provinces. He probably has Djinn blood in his veins. Magic power is good because I have magic scale. But if he's ever out of magic scale, then he actually gets reduced stuff. So hopefully we don't find drain where we're going. Let's bolster up our defenses because we're scared of Atlantean raiding. The Atlanteans made it into Celadon, so I really need to stock up on defense on Jolly Roger Bay and the Seto Inland Sea. This is costing me a lot of money. Good thing it's a one-time cost. And if you're familiar with Dominions and you think that these province defense numbers are enormous, yes, that's something that's happened in the latest version of the Randomizer. They decided to make province defense and starting armies considerably larger. And whilst it threw me off, I'm actually not opposed to it. Having played with it now, it's actually rather nice. Okay, this we do not take. Because I spotted one word, Watchers. We have 5 shock resist on our Sacreds, but they do about 20 shock damage, so I'll tell you, that's not happening. We could stop our advance here and let others fight over this. We already have a lot of land to administrate, govern, and build up. But more land is more land. Yeah, there's a monolith, and I think you only get those kinds of pretender chassis on level 3s. So it's either Splendor, Abundance, or Creation. My money's on Creation. Blessed troops get awe. Oh, I want that. Oh, that's good. Oh. Awe is great because those that get hit by awe don't even swing. So they won't even affect your defense skill with harassment. A little worried about this. Those Bone Tribe dudes, they hurt. A lot. Maybe we go for Giza? We're already on a border with Atlantis, so why not take Giza? I would love to have Arbarang as well, actually, and then I wouldn't mind putting down my fort in Giza. Yeah, we can work on that. The Vasa is pretty well defended as is. You know, with all these Bone Tribe Hunters and Bone Tribe Beast Hunt, yeah, they're pretty powerful. I didn't think twice about them earlier, and then it all came back to me as they slaughtered me. Malene's doing alright. We're doing better, but I'm not keen on an immediate fight with them. Now, here's the question. Do I take this fight? None of you are injured. None of you are injured, but that is my profit. If I don't make this, then I'm in for a bad time. But you do have your enormous strength. We have our shields. Maybe balance this out a bit more. Right, you can't. You're not in the same place. If I do take it, I score a throne. If I don't take it, I lose my profit for an annoyingly long time. What's the throne in your cap circle? This is the throne of lots and lots of dominion. The high throne. I want that. That's 3 dominion spread without me having to build temples for it. That's pretty big. Speaking of which, I need to build a temple. Build one in Alexandria, of course. It's coming to the end of the first year. I think we do take a chance on Deep Mount. Oh, hello. We're not alone under here. Ondmark is here. Ondmark is a bit of a problem. They got those poisonous attack things and some very strong sacreds. If I take Deep Mount, I'm going to have to put a fort on Deep Mount. Also, we might bump here, which would be really bad. Like, we take all the damage of fighting into these things, and then we bump with Ondmark. That means Ondmark came through the Nether Mines. So that means the Nether Mines connects to something here, including Ondmark's home. Now, Ondmark gets destroyed by projectiles, but we don't use projectiles currently. This is really greedy, but I still think I'm going to try for Ondmark. Garrus knows about the below. You go and check out the Smother Dark. The Harvest God go out to the Nether Mines. Potato Smuggler, we're going to need some more fortifications. Well, more. I'm struggling to build even one additional one right now. Still don't know what layout I'm looking for my thrones, for my forts rather, not thrones. I'm a little tempted to throw one on Jolly Roger Bay because the AI loves to attack into thrones. They just love thrones in general. I don't feel too bad about these provinces. I kind of have it cut off and segregated. Nobody can just jump on in here without going through Stalagmia. So maybe I should make sure that they can't. On the other hand, money's running thin. Ultimately, the Dundee Docks isn't too shabby as fort locations go. Covers quite a few of these provinces that I don't already have covered in forts, and the administration bonus boosts the income from them. So I could actually do it in Dundee Docks, Balaton, and Los Iluminados, and then I'd feel pretty happy. Alright, sure, let's have you in position to consider that. Los Iluminados means the rat can do it down the line. And if I insist that Balaton is a good place for it, and I should insist that, then you get up to Balaton, and the next one goes over to Dundee Dock. Alright, I just need loads of money, right? An unusual problem, right? All my problems would be solved if I just had loads of money. Alright, fair enough. Might have to let go on recruiting some of these overgrown Lunaries in time. Dolce popped out. She got 2 nature, 2 blood. Do I start blood hunting already, or am I desperate for research? Pretty bloody desperate for research, actually. I'll have you research for now. Gotta remember, that blood doesn't help me until I actually have some blood researched. Were the nations chosen random? Not really. I looked at them and picked them from my randomized nation list. But not with much thought in my head other than what would be interesting. Dormant pretenders are awakening, but mine is chained up. He's not dormant. The fight in Giza. Shouldn't be a problem. It's just stringy little humans. Little string bean humans gonna get eaten by monkeys? Eaten by monkeys, good. And it's nice to see that the experience is building up, boosting the skills yet further. Down they go, and then there's Deep Mount. Right, this I'm worried about. Because it's a pretty beastly army with mage support. I'm just hoping that shock resistant plays in because they do have air gems as well. But they're only Air Mage 1. That's not too threatening. You're Air Mage 2. That's a little bit threatening. That's Thunder Strike. Oh well. What are we doing? We're blessing, we're blessing, we're blessing, and then we're going. I hope I didn't miss any monkeys with my blessing. I decided not to Divine Blessing because I wanted my units to march together. That's a lot of projectiles. Good thing we brought shields. Phantasmal Wolves. I didn't sign up for that. Okay, fortunately they're hitting their own wolves with their projectiles. Frontline Monkey already took a pretty sizable stone spear. And made him limp. Oh no. And actually that's Lupin himself who became limp, so please don't rout based on that. We got to deal with your undeads as well. And the monkeys on the back are struggling to form a front line, which means the guy on the flank here has a really miserable time. Also, things like those phantasmal units don't count as living units to proc Blood Surge. In fact, oh god, the Illusion Warriors, those are a big problem. I don't have magical weapons to get through Ethereal, and again, they don't proc Blood Surge. And all the while, we're getting shot, and shot some more. Could be bad for the monkeys. It's looking pretty bad for the monkeys, especially the guy on the flank here. Oh, yeah, flank is just gone. And they're becoming berserk. They're not going to run away. Fortunately, though, they have this bite attack, which is 0 length. So they're getting poisoned because they're trying to bite into my poisonous barbs. And again, the ones that go berserk, they will not retreat. Flank is getting torn apart. Lupin is still going strong. And Khalees the Prophet is still going strong, but as I mentioned, fatigue is a real big problem for us. And we're getting fatigued badly because we're fighting these illusion warriors who are not real, but we think they're real. Also, we struggle to fight in the underground. We're getting mobbed here really badly. I'd be a lot happier if they stopped shooting me, but they keep shooting me. Oh, he's summoning an air elemental? Okay, that's also not good news. Ow. Oh my god, you actually got stunned despite having shock resistance. I'm surprised we haven't routed, but I'm pretty sure we're close to it. Yeah, oh, this didn't go well. No, my prophet! Achilles, no! Ruined. Oh, that went really badly. Yeah, the mage support that they had was too strong for us. Ouch. Okay, so that's a pretty terrifying loss. Some good units died, some heroes died, my prophet died, and we did not take the throne. In fact, we weakened the throne so that Ondmark can take it. So yeah, that went quite miserably for us. But so be it. I see that we have one little clever monkey who decided to run away before things got too badly. Otherwise, yeah, this is kind of bad. See, there's Ondmark here, and Ondmark could easily take Deep Mount. I want to make sure that Deep Mount isn't too bad, so... Rather than you go to Smother Dark, I'm going to send Big Al to camp Deep Mount, and we'll find out if Ondmark ever attacks into it. Otherwise, Ondmark has a really good position to take the underground from me. Damn. Guess I got greedy, right? I should have just taken the High Throne. As it stands, that's also going to impact my Dominion spreading for quite some time. Right, well, we've got Alexandria with its temple at least. The Palisade will be done in a couple of months. I need to concern myself with more infrastructure. I want Ridley Bank operational. I want Los Illuminados Church operational. Palisade here, please. Temple here, please. I will not throw Gussie's life away. Is this guy still crippled? No, he's no longer crippled. Alright, we can go pick him up at some point. Not something that needs to be done with any particular speed. Where are you going and why? Go and pick up Monkey Breath. Thanks for not throwing my life away. There's an attempt. The low on money situation feels quite bad. Big follows. Do you want Arborang? I want Arborang is the thing. But they got heavy cavalry, light cavalry, and militia. Screw it, I want it. Be aggressive, right? We take all this land. That's a lot of income. Yeah, the income number here is looking really good, and we don't actually spend a lot each turn. It's mostly trying to get these fancy, thankfully not old, guys recruited. You're not old, right? Not even close. Also, nature magic helps you stay alive for longer. It increases your max age. Yeah, my research is devastatingly bad. I think I said I wanted the Dundee Docks to enjoy a fort, so STJ, your job is to take care of that. I still need to... Oh, there's Falconland's capital. Interesting. Maybe I should actually put a fort on Giza then. Depends what the population of Arborang is. Basil the Bat Lord. We already know about Ryukyu. I want to know what's beyond Falconland. Go and check Arland, please. Finalizing and Shem. Waka. Check out the Death Road, please. Ooh, the Death Road also has a throne. Jeez. One of you just wait in Shem, because I want to know if anybody pops out here. I also need to keep an eye on Ondmark's movements, so I want one of you in Deep Gorge Cavern, or possibly the Womb. Deep Gorge Cavern, probably. You just wait and smother Dark, see what happens. Yeah, that should be okay. Alright, so lost a fair amount of our expanders now. Not a huge problem, but the losing my profit was a problem. My profit also spread my dominion, so that's all the more reason to get some temples up quickly. So yeah, now we do the build-up phase. I want my temples, I want my forts, I need my laboratories as well, so I can start getting some mages. So Mordcal, your job is to build the one in Alexandria when the time comes. Won't you need to rebuild an army now? I'm constantly chugging out an army, but I need generals for the army, and possibly a real army. Moving into Arborang. Well, this is us, of course. I want Arborang. There's the heavy cavalry, which we decided we're okay with. They attempted to charge us, and in fact, they do some serious damage on the charge. But then we just shred them, right? And then the stinky humans die, and then the province is ours. Ooh. And then the province is ours. Nice job. Unrest, brigands in the extraction point, and defense down in Frostpunk generator. Well, I'm having those back, please. Arborang has a really, really good population, so it's tempting to put a fort there. The problem with putting a fort there is it's really isolated. They take Giza, and Arborang is just a sitting duck, which I have to carve my way through to get. My proposition is to provincially defend Arborang. Yeah, that's a good province defense. And then build up Giza. Possibly even take Lego Island, but it's not adjacent to Giza. But I don't want to antagonize Falconland further. Let them focus north, not south. So they can have Lego Island in exchange for me holding Giza. So Big Follows and Havelock, you just generally hold and build up Giza. Ratty's working here. Gusei, you know I need this. Oh, I've already got a temple. Oh, good on me. In that case, maybe get preaching. I know you like to fight, but just preach there for now. Vali, I want to know about the Vasa. You hide and wait in the Vasa, please. Tate Smuggler. Balaton is so close to being able to be built up right now, to the point where I'm going to forego one of my units just to afford this. So the build-up is going pretty rapidly, courtesy of all of the expansion that I did. Good to know. Oh, hello, this is connected. Ooh, that spices things up a bit. Malane and Falconland could actually come to blows over this then. And now we know that the nether mines connect over here. So there's an underground connection between the overground areas which don't connect overground, which is all the more disheartening that I was unable to secure Deep Mound Underground. Does that mean that I should fort up the Hidden Realm? I think it's something that should be genuinely considered, but I can't afford the Bakemono Chief right now. But I have Skull Kid. Skull Kid, you prepare yourself for building up the Hidden Realm. Although Umbra is a better place because I can pop out the Slow of Despair here. Just doesn't connect all my provinces. Strategically, it's a better province. Be prepared to fort up Umbra then. There's nothing saying that we can't do Umbra and, say, Shem or Stalagmia. But Big Al, you hide and wait in Deep Mound. I need to know if any attacks happen there. STJ, you will be forting up the Dundee Docks next time we can. Dormema. I don't have a use for you currently. But who knows what's over. Go over to Loch Ness haphazardly. And at some point we will want a fort and thingamajigger here in Ridley Bank. Okay. Ridley Bank, which is tragically undefended, but money is obviously not something that I'm able to just throw around right now. We got our Water 1 here. But yeah, I need to keep cranking these guys out because I'm fishing for Water 2, Astral 3, Nature 3, Blood 3. Individually on separate priests. And if any of them roll a 4 or a 3 on water, that's just an added bonus. Alright, this is fine-ish. I certainly have the resources. I also need to go hunting for sites. Yeah, man, there's so much I need my mages to do, isn't there? Torcuso is probably the best site searcher that I could reasonably expect. There are not a lot of blood sites, and I'm desperate for nature gems, astral pearls or whatever. And Water 1 is as good as I can expect. So I guess Torcuso just goes out and site searches. I don't trust the auto site search at all. So I'm just going to go and have him spread out and do his thing. Alright, alright. Provided we don't get aggressively attacked anytime soon, we should be fine. And also, we're starting to build up a good monkey garrison here. And I will crank out the monkey leaders from probably Alexandria first. So they can pick them up and be additional attack stacks. Alright, so I did park an army on Shem to see if anybody would come through. Oh, that's a bit more of a real army. Yeah, the Bone Glaive wielding Ichitids. They're sacred axe wielding shielded. Oh, these aren't the arcs wielding, those are the Morningstar non-sacreds. And great bows underground where they can't see. Fascinating. Here's their sacreds. So our spy is currently off in the distance watching this. They're going to destroy the Indies here for what it's worth. Their bless is defense, reinvigoration, strength, and swamp survival. With additional morale. How did they get strength +1? What gives strength +1? I bet their throne is giving that. Reinvigoration, not that they have a lot of encumbrance anyway. Yeah, that fiery breath makes me very glad I've got fire resistance on my sacreds. Yeah, look at that, just delete a square. Oomph. That fiery breath is really, really cool. I bet it can't be repelled either. Yeah. Attacks with this weapon cannot be repelled. Yeah, maybe that's what happens when you bring an army instead of just a few drunk monkeys. I should be significantly worried about this. And I am, I suppose. Because that guy's my most immediate threat. Nature gems for free, Palisades in Alexandria, and the rat is a hero. He got one of the better ones. He got regeneration. Cool. I mean, he's still pretty god-awful, but still cool. Well, he's not god-awful. He's just not really what I'm looking for in a thug, so his job is just to build for now. Alright, Ratty does indeed win again. How expensive is it to make better forts? Still quite expensive. I think it's more important to get the lower level forts up for now. Also quite important to start building my laboratories. Gonna make a big monkey who goes and grabs another army and then hopefully deals with... Constantinople's had time to recruit its stuff. Looks like it's barbarian province defense. I should make sure that he cannot get out of there. Yeah, I'm a little bit paranoid about Oceania coming for me in this direction. I'll invest money. To prevent that, the palisades are being built up here. I want a palisade in Giza as well. Big follows, you'll be preaching for now. Doldrum, you wait until I want to reinforce this better. Did I decide that I wanted a fort on the Vasa? It might be clever, but Los Iluminadas has better connections. Probably is clever to do the Vasa. I'm going to do Dundee, I'm going to do Balaton. That does not cover Sherwood. But I don't think Sherwood particularly needs covering. Alright, we should focus... Oh, right, we're already building on Los Iluminadas. Plus Los Iluminadas has good population, and I've already taken it as opposed to the Vasa. Alright, let's not worry too much about this then. We come to the logical extreme here. Looks like there's a lake here next to Jump Scare Mansion. I should also probably park a Basil the Batlord on Death Road to see if anybody attacks into it as well. Skull Kid, Umbra, go and tell me about Deep Gorge Cavern, although I wanted you to build a fort here, didn't I? I want many things is the problem. Oh, look who did build a fort. Ondmark. Ondmark are staking their claim underground. But my god, that Shem army, he could just wipe the floor with what I've taken here. And I wouldn't be able to resist. And that's a significant problem, because then he would come emerging through the Slough of Despair, which I have not forted up. Fortunately, his only movements there into Alexandria or Ridley Bank, but again, I haven't forted up Ridley Bank either. Haven't even defended Ridley Bank, and there's Oceania right there. Emperor Karl will continue to preach. Well, I did ratchet up the strength of the AI. Not for no reason. Looks like there's adjacency here. Maybe you could go to Death Road and you go to Atticus. Now we're out here and I want to know what's going on between Ondmark and Ondmark's immediate friends. I want you to pick up this one guy who's no longer crippled. And maybe make your way back home. Unless I think you could go underground. We could go for the cavemen again. Actually, you could grab an actual army and go underground. Yeah, you could grab the actual army from Zishai. On the way back, I make you a profit at Jolly Roger Bay, then you claim it, and then you go underground and smash these guys. Seems like a good idea. Hopefully I can remember it. Alright, Nasperti, I don't like your stupid name, but you're probably frontrunner for being the prophet. Your magic resistance actually helps you in being a prophet too. And we're going to be site searching with Trucosusu something. Valles, you just wait in the Vasa, and then we're good to go. The big Trident Scourgeon Vasa. Aye, with good measure there, strong units. Ah! Seems like Oceania heard all those things I was saying about them and have decided to declare war. Nice of them to actually send a message. Not all nations do. I don't know what the cutoff for doing it and not is, but generally more demonic and evil-looking nations don't bless you with a messenger. On the plus side, we managed to get our access to Body Ethereal for my Astral 1 mages. We've searched and found nothing, of course, and huzzah! Parking my unit on here... Wait, why am I attacking? What the heck is this? Why is this me attacking? Oh, Finels was discovered. Oh, whew. I was worried about that. I thought I accidentally sent you in to attack. Right, so I often claim that the AI just knows where your scouts are. There was no reason he would have been searching for this guy, and he has almost no province defense, so he must have known the scout was there and decided to go for it. Cheating AI bastards. I'm going to keep myself in Shem regardless. Still worried about what's happening down there, though. Seems that Janej and Onmark are at each other's throats. I do want to keep an eye on Athens. I want you to continue to search and find nothing. Going to Ridley Bank this time. You can start researching now, and now I can start recruiting these crappy mages. I mean, they are crappy, but I'm not made of money. And I need something to get this done. Craywin, there's not much for you to do. Please preach while you're there. Oh. No, get over to Zishai. Maybe even a Vorion. Why has a Vorion got so much unrest? It's got a ton of unrest. What the heck's going on here? Gonna need to have some kind of province defense so it doesn't rise up against me. Enough unrest and I won't be able to recruit from there. I want somewhere that I can get the cheaper priests. Well, actually, my priests are really, really good. It's just that I don't want to give up fort turns for them. Yeah, so I guess you go and put a temple on Bornholm so I can recruit some indie crappy priests there. Jake getting jumped by the fishes. I'm keeping an eye on my provinces where they can jump me. The Slough of Despair, which is fine. There's Ridley Bank, which is fine. Somerset Isles is fine. I do want Constantinople, but he might just amass an army here. But come to think of it, it's just Oceania. He can't bring that many threatening units up here, can he? TBW might also be worth site searching with, just to get it done faster. Yeah, please do. One will have to do for nature searching. Waka has seen the edge of this, so there's not much left for Waka to do. You could hang around and tell me if there's ever a conflict between these guys, I suppose, but I don't know about that. Maybe join us in Death Road for now. Had to step away. Did we lose our Prophet underground? Yeah, the Prophet did not survive the attack on Deep Mount. I'm saddened about that, but risks were taken. Not good risks, though, right? I should have considered with all those gems there was a significant threat. I was just dazzled by the idea of securing Deep Mount and then just holding the underground by forting it up. Obviously didn't happen, and I was set back quite a bit. But I've got my eye on my new potential Prophet, who's going to pick up an army in Zishai. I want it to be an actual army, is the slight concern, because I don't have the money to make that a reality. Even so, I can do something like this. That would make for a much better front line. Because these guys just joining in are going to absorb quite a bit of the harassment. Yeah, I think that's okay. What about the movement speed? These guys have map move 16. These guys have map move 15. That's actually a significant difference, because it's often about cutoffs. They also don't have the ability to go through forests better. Maybe I forgo that for now. When I need a proper sized army, then yeah, I'll consider the alternative. But for now, just crank out as many overgrowns as I can. Alright, fine. Get the searching going as well, of course. And we are working on Palisade in Illuminados and Giza. So I still need to do Balaton and Dundee Dock and Ridley Bank. Of course, I'm having to dump a lot of my money on province defense because I'm scared of being attacked by the Water Nations. Currently Oceania, and I still want Constantinople for myself. Worldwide event to heat the place up. As someone with massive heat scales, that's actually quite horrifying. Yeah, the temperature scale is actually reducing the population in my capital. We like the hot, but we don't like it this hot. Otherwise, nothing to concern myself with other than my construction, which is fine. We get construction, we get blood. Remember, I'm so confident that I think if I get to blood 7 and have blood hunting going, I'm going to win. Ooh, Dolce, 2 blood. I like 2 blood for blood hunting. Do I begin my blood hunting now? I could start blood hunting in Somerset, but I'd rather blood hunt internally where it's safer. So I could blood hunt the extraction point now. Yeah, we're going to begin. Dolce, it's your job to blood hunt the extraction point. Hopefully just one of you doing it won't be too bad. TBW gets searching in Shikoku. Crewin, I believe I was ordering a temple here. And I'm going to want another fort started. What's more important, Balaton or Dundee Docks? Or perhaps Ridley Bank. I'm looking at them coming for me here. Look, he has massed up his army here in Constantinople. Let's begin building up in Ridley Bank. You are here to grab my monkeys. It's a lot of blessings to do, huh? Yeah, I guess so. I want you to hold an attack. Get the blessings done as best we can. And now as somebody who actually runs an army, I'm just going to have you cast spells instead. Now, do I attack into Constantinople? No. My assertion for you was that I want to claim this throne. Then I want to take these two provinces, because they're relatively safe. Then I might actually consider taking the Deep Mount, if I can get there. I'll remain flexible. If I get pushed in another way, I can double back and push back Oceania, or something bad develops on this side. Hopefully it doesn't. Trying to work on my forts with that in mind. Okay, waiting a death road. Looks like a pretty easy throne to take, so I can't imagine Mullane will have too many problems. Which is bad. I need Mullane to have problems so they don't focus on me. This is good, though. So Mullane went into the Mines of Misfortune. They might go for Deep Mount, which is good and bad, but either way it looks like they're going to clash with Ondmark. Which is overall good. Means having a spy in Shem is no longer particularly useful. Maybe we can send them over to Mun. Harvest God has discovered that Athens is right on Janija's cap circle. I want information, but I also want to double back over to here to keep an eye on it. It's just there's a lot of land to explore here. And if I want to explore it, I have to send quite a lot of sneaky buggers over there. Fortunately, sneaky buggers is what we can excel at. I can crank out 3 more sneaky little Bakemono shows, 60 gold each. Send them over to the Nether Mines and then have them discover this land. And one of them will be parked on Athens. You want connecting provinces for income pool. Just walling your border is costly and can hurt production. Yeah, I don't plan to just make a wall of forts, although I do like doing so. The idea is to place my forts so that they connect to a bunch of provinces, because I'm well aware of this here. Administration. Resources and tax more effectively. Alright, seems okay-ish. 499 gold. Of course, I didn't spend on you this turn. Hey, I got enough stuff to get more overgrown Lunaris cranked out every turn. I think it's worth it. They're incredible units. Alright, finally finding something. The Mercury Pond and the Frost Veil were found by TBW. Ice Druid. Oh, hello! This guy is amazing, and all of a sudden I want to recruit in Shikoku. He's sacred, so he's cheaper. He's got water, nature. He gets the water too, which I struggle to get anyway. Yeah, and he's priestly. He's a bit expensive, but seems really, really good. The problem with putting a fort here is that it gets in the way of all the other places I'm thinking about forting. And it means that Shikoku's plentiful resources don't go to Zishai, where they can be turned into, well, the biggest army. So maybe I just put down a laboratory here so that I can, well, a laboratory and a temple, and then I can get my ice druids out. Seems good. Alright. No need for TBW to do that right now, but he'll do that later. I'm assuming we lucked out putting TBW over there, because I assume that Frost Veil is a level 2 hidden site. Either way, excellent work, TBW. Please go and check out the Netherlands in 10 years. Krewin, you're going to be putting the temple over in Shikoku. Ventuswil, you're going to be putting the laboratory on Shikoku. Trusco finds nothing in Ridley Bank. Go and check the Slough of Despair. Dolce, your job is to blood hunt here. Do you want to site search first? Nah, I don't want to waste a turn on it. Get blood hunting, please. Now, my assertion is that Dolce will be fine in Assassination because 1, she can cast Body Ethereal, 2, she has a decent enough weapon, and 3, she is assisted by a size 4 Ill Earth. So yes, your job is to blood hunt. I want blood. Ah, there's the throne. That's the one that was taken by you. The Throne of the Artifice are really good. Construction bonus 20? Come on. Does that apply to things that you forge? Yes. Oh my god, what an amazing throne you took early. 20% lifelong reduction in cost for smithing. And that pairs nicely with the hammer thing. That is good. Fortunately, though, it looks like you're clashing with Ondmark. Fortunately for me, that is. Right, over you go. I need to know what's happening back here. This is good. Mullane is really coming to possible aggression with Ondmark. Although what isn't good is if they just claim all this land, and they brought a proper army for doing that. Ach well. You guys ought to sneak out. I still quite like a fortification in Umbra, but I think the overground fortifications are more important. Palisade here, we're building this, we're preaching as well, which is fine. We're only preaching here, which is not fine. I would quite like a temple there, but I am of the opinion that getting all of my forts up is a pretty big deal. Is there a mechanic for sabotaging those Ascendant Shrines? Yes. Horrors eat shrines. When the Cataclysm hits, you will have some shrine-eating horrors appear. And some of them bypass forts entirely, so unless you station large armies that can handle horrors, the thrones will get eaten, and then you can no longer win through claiming them. You have to go for total victory, which will be difficult when Cataclysm hits, so make your choice. Ooh, Zhuge Liang is another good blood hunter. My ideal area to blood hunt is somewhere between 5 and 10,000 population. Frostpunk Generator is a potential one. I should also put a laboratory on them so they automatically go into my blood gem area. My god, Ivorian's got real problems with maybe we got that event here. There was talk about bandits in a ruin somewhere. Maybe it's hitting Ivorion. Yeah, Cataclysm is Crisis. I don't enable it, but you easily could. Colosseum of Fools is a tantalizing place to go blood hunting, so I guess I'll send Zhuge Liang over there. Yeah, it's also inland, so it's not an immediate threat of being attacked by the likes of Atlantis. Or, of course, Oceania, who have declared war on me. But to that I say, good luck attacking me. Hopefully next turn the profit powers dissipate, otherwise I'm going to be waiting around in Jolly Roger base scratching my monkey behind until I can become a prophet and claim the High Throne, which I should have done ages ago. Yeah, I played Cataclysm DDA. Looks really good, but the entry requirements for getting into it are too high for me. Like, you need to learn a lot to be able to play that game effectively, and I just did not have the patience for figuring all that out. And I played it a few times trying to get into it. Tried and failed. Alright, decent enough. The province is very upset by the slave hunt. I only took 8 virgins out of a population of more than 8. Right, so this is why I have my scouts under here. Mullane is attacking. Decent mix of units here. They should have no problem dispatching crappy naked pale ones. Okay, yeah. Just belch fire on them and down they go. Giza's giving me fire gems, which is welcome, and the Los Illuminados Palisade has been completed. Ratti could continue to make it better. In fact, if I'm building all of my palisades, I will now become interested in improving my palisades. Give me a walled city. Give me a walled city. One-time costs, feels good. Still can't become prophet. Oh, we can become prophet. Excellent. Do that in Jolly Roger Bay, claim it, and then march underground. TB Dubs continues to site search. I got no units in Zisham. Oh, jeez. Well, no commanders, at least. Ventuswil. I want a laboratory here. I would also like a temple, but we can't have everything this turn. And then we can start cranking out these icy guys. That's not entirely true. If I gave up on the palisade here for now, I could instead construct the temple here. Could instead construct the temple here. Wait, what? Where'd all my money go? I thought I cancelled the... I cancelled one that was underway. Which one was not already being built? It was the walled city stuff here. That saves me the money. Okay, great. Now you can construct the temple here. I can still get you back. And we'll do this next turn. And yes, then we will start recruiting the Ice Druid, because he's a superior researcher. And I guess there's nothing wrong with him just researching in Shikoku, provided there's enough province defense there, which there isn't, but there could be. Please site search the Slough of Despair. It's a farmland, which has less chance of magical sites, but they could still be there. Ratty does not win again. Harvest Goddess, please tell me more about Etruria and try and head south in general. Oh, this is kind of good. Just wait for now. Eventually, Malin and Falkenland are going to come to blows over the Death Road. Hopefully it's a big blow and they focus on each other and not on me. Finellis. There's not much for you to do in Moon. There's much construction work going on. The Palisades is being upgraded. Tell me about the Nether Mines. I already have my eyes on Deep Mountain here. I want to see if these guys ever come to blows. I know that you're heading south, so I'm going to go to Hot Hollows. Be really nice if you popped out here. That means more potential Oceania fighting. Cerulean is here. Celadon is here. I thought Celadon was the not watery one. Maybe I need to check my names list. Anyway, this seems fine. Oceania might come up from Adventure Island. Always a concern, but they're not doing it now. We found something. We found nothing. Okay, and we've captured more blood slaves. Very good. What do we find here? 2 gems and Winter Wolves. Tell me about the Winter Wolves game. Aren't they quite good? Unit Winter Wolf. A summoned unit. Normally at Conjuration 5, you get 5 of them for 6 gems. How many can we get at once? 1 to 5. They have winter power, but they have protection 0, but they are ethereal. They're also spirit form, so you can't exactly give them the stone body and whatnot. But there it is, the frost breath. Unrepellable area of effect damage. Probably not worth spending a mage getting that over and over again. A water mage, no less. But, you know, if I have a crappy water mage, I could just send them there and constantly churn those out. It's not the world's worst thing for a water mage to do, but it is a bad idea for someone like you to do. There's better things you could do. Get to Alexandria. Alexandria's cranking out these crappy mages for me. The Wolf Tribe Shaman is too crappy a researcher to want. Yeah, research 4, I don't think so. Give me my walled city, get my research going. At least this will finally give me an actual research number as opposed to virtually nothing. But yes, Truco, you continue to site search for me. F in Snow loses Dominion. And the Palisades of Balaton are complete. And now I can start cranking out this dude. Ice Druids. Pretty expensive up front, but low ongoing costs. And overall, pretty good. So they just get there and get researching for me, and I will back them up with province defense. Hey, there is an idea that I could move them out of Shikoku for safety. Because if there was a big attack, like birds flying to the back row and murdering them, that would be bad. But I think we all know that. Craywin, get over to my capital. I'm worried about it having nobody there. Ventuswill, I'm going to need some more... I'm going to need some more laboratories around here, so work your way over to Los Illuminados for now, please. Zhuge Liang, I believe I put you here for blood hunting. And look at Dolce drowning in all these virgins. Oh wow, another blood hunter. I'm just drowning in the 2 bloods here. Does that mean I spend my time and effort building laboratories rather than spending 2 mage turns going back and forth? Always feels bad, but it kind of has to be done. Also, I need a Jolly Roger base site searched and claimed. Ratty, get that walled city up. The palisades are being done. The preaching is being done. Potato smuggler, I can't quite build this up just yet. Wait for now. Loch Ness is probably a deadly place to hang around in. Hold out in Lego Island. Tell me if the enemy ever moves south. And Lassar doesn't look like they hold much, do they? I mean, maybe they hold like all of this, but overall it doesn't look too good for them, does it? Go and check out Feros for now. Finalis, you're waiting there. You will probably be hunted down and killed, but I want to see if there's any conflict here. Garrus Vicanus. Oh, they're going to the bullet. They really are wrapping around and taking the underground. Mullane. Mullane being also my above ground immediate northern opponent. So he's going to have all of this and a reasonable chunk of the underground. That's a fair play considering I took all of this. And I had a grasp on the underground. But I'm concerned about their ability to build an actual army, whilst I, it has to be said, do not. Worth noting that I'm going to need some priests around here. I'm going to just crank out some of those. Garrus, you just wait in the hot hollows. Oof, you didn't claim that throne for your prophet? Yeah, the prophet died in a reckless attack for a throne underground that I wanted. I'm going back for that throne with Nusby here. He'll go through the Tunnels of the Lost and then hopefully manage Deep Mount before the others take it. And then I throw a fort on Deep Mount. I'm not going to aggressively push the underground because we have no inherent advantages underground. But I don't want you to just let go of it for nothing. There's no telling what this throne is either. But yeah, if I could get a... I would even be alright putting a... Well, I wouldn't mind holding the womb, would I? It's my entry into Hudson Bay. Which, in retrospect... I should head out into Hudson Bay and see where this connects up to. Grace Nakamura... I have enough scouts going there. I want to explore beyond the womb. But yeah, the womb would actually be a really nice place for a fort, but... There are many opportunities. We'll have to see which one works best for us. Just really happy to get the 3 Ascension spread from this throne. Alright, construction done. The High Throne is mine. More blood slaves, Your Majesty. Zhuge Liang did not find any, though. So unrest will grow as I continue to harvest the blood slaves. The most economical way to get rid of them is just to unrest reduction through patrols. Because if you do patrolling with actual units, you kill off the population. So the question is, do you want to do ethical blood hunting or do you want to strip mine for virgins? Not an easy call. What else is going on anyway? No blood slaves? Ah, we parked our spy on Lego Island to see what's happening here. Falcon Lad is bringing in meadows, humans and their horseback units, including their unicorn sacreds. And they bring in some wolves for good measure. Who's this loser? Plague Bloater, the Budding Prior. A very minor place in their hierarchy. Okay, well, there's sacred priests nonetheless. That's a lot of horse cavalry. Horse cavalry was the one I thought were the light cavalry early. Notably, these ones have some barding and a lance instead of a just spear. The lance can still be used beyond the first strike, but the first strike still gives bonus damage. And of course, in addition to that, they shoot. I've never heard a dog make that kind of noise, just ugh. So despite the lance sounding like it's a charging thing, it still takes effect if the enemy charges into them. What is your bless? Where's that dude? You. Solar withering weapons with blur, penetration, mountain and waste survival. Withering weapons, a problem. Decay damage is certain death for normal beings. Think that's still a problem for my monkeys. They don't live forever. It's a magic resistance check, and my monkeys have reasonable magic resistance, especially for a monkey. but also solar weapons. It's armor piercing. Is it armor piercing fire damage? Yes, it is. Okay, we have fire resistance, so we're not scared of that. Blur is a problem, though. -2 attack penalty to hitting them. So, could be good, could be bad. And just the bulk of bringing in shielded marrows is going to cause these guys to rout. Yeah, there we go. Oh, mutual? Falcon Lad actually didn't handle this well. Marrows are really, really garbage, by the way, and these ones are running. This dude right here, his horse was killed from underneath him, but he still holds. Yeah, get out, you marrow losers. It's wonderful when I see this, because that means the enemy didn't take the province, and the enemy lost a lot of resources in the army that they sent in. This isn't nothing. I don't know where they decided 50 marrows would be a good addition to their army, but they did. Of course, obviously, next time you come in here, they're definitely taking this. Cosmo Canyon as well. Starting to see the impact of giving the AI mighty boosts. And this is a throne, but it's a throne they've got a damn good chance at. The heavy cavalry charge in. The heavy cavalry get flame-breathed to death. That fire breath is devastating for taking out chaff. And of course, it's good kills to build up their experience as well. They're not even blessed. I got fire breath go. Really good counter to the undead as well. They resist cold, but they sure don't resist fire. You've set a horse on fire as well. Always amusing to see. Good army. I would be worried to deal with it. Slightly less worried because I have fire resistance for their fire breath, but these are still some chunky units. Look at this guy. He doesn't even have experience, but he's got 17, 19. He's certainly more skilled than my big monkeys. And they get 2 to a square, I do not. And their exceptional axe is better than my exceptional short sword. What do I have going for me? Well, I can repel them, because I have length 2 on my swords. They have length 1. Other than that, how in the world do I deal with these Sanctuary Vilborns when they're this skilled, this fast, this skilled? Their protection is low enough for me to shank to death. But I'm going to need better than that. Is it possible to spread out your dominion and fort every exit and pop out where you build up? Yes. The undergrounds are devastating because you can move underground and just pop out underneath your enemy. But all the portals between the overground and the underground are pre-existing, so unless you develop some magical teleportation, which you could, you're at the mercy of going through the underground tunnels, which are randomly generated. So yeah, they cleave through that with no real problem. Seto Inland Sea just gave me a chainmail and some free gold. Lovely. You can usually equate luck scales to income. And that was a nice event to get. And the palisades are done. Wonderful. So I was often thinking that maybe I should give these guys at least some basic armor. And grabbing something like a chainmail displacement is certainly armor. Hit points, it's very good protection. Very, very good protection. Holy moly. Enemies have a 50% chance to get a -10 to attack. Really? Yeah, pretty huge. First attack against this unit before anyone realizes the unit is displaced. After that, all attacks get -5. That's pretty damn good. Nice find. Of course, in the end, I'm probably going to need to spread out my my mages to build up laboratories around here. Otherwise, the blood hunters are not going to have anywhere to store their vast collection of virgins, which you're failing to find. How long until I can build my own sanguine dowsing rods? I think sanguine dowsing rod is crafting 5, so let's make sure we get construction 5 and work our way. Blood 7 is the big one. Oh, if I can get reascendants. Of course, it's not just reascendants. I need Phoenix Pyre and Soul Vortex, but the unit I can generate with that is just unethically powerful, so I'm going for it. Why did I want these guys? I think I wanted... I want to be able to make my monkeys over here. So we're spreading out for that. Move, move, move. Research, research. You just hold out in Lego Island. We'll see who actually manages to take it. Arbarang is defended. Giza is defended. And of course getting walled. You're getting walled. You should get walled. Dundee Docks is just being built. Ridley Bank is being built, but also needs a temple. It's amazing how fast all this money just withers away. Yeah, typical Atlantis over there. Go and check out the Haunted Mansion, or Treasure Trove Cove. And there's Nusby, who just took the High Throne for me, so that's excellent. Yeah, there it is. There's only 1 point, but getting 3 Dominion spread out of it's rather nice. Alright, let's go underground. TBW is here to search. Throne provinces have the highest chance of all to have... whatchamacallums? Yeah, those. Sites, of course. Do I want to carry around more units with Craywin? Or does Craywin have another purpose? I really want to kick Oceania out of Constantinople. But I also want the Vasa. If I hold the Vasa and I keep this warm, there is no crossing this river unless you have swimming units, which they don't. I think Vasa should be the stronger thing I go for, because I'm not at war with Falkenland. So Craywin's going to take his units. He's going to get Blessing. He'll bless to the maximum. And you're going to take the Vasa. Okay, that should be fine. I'll continue cranking out these units as best we can and cranking out more of these guys. And soon, very soon... Oh yeah, blood hunting. Provinces for blood hunting. Pilotwings Resort, really good blood hunting. Yeah, it's got a decent population for it. Alright then, Spy Fox, go and hunt in Pilotwings Resort, please. And then, yeah, soon all these blood hunting places will have laboratories, and we'll also get them sanguine dowsing rods. This is the dowsing rod that shows you where virgins are. Fascinating. Encumbrance can be annoying on a caster. Just if they're casting lots of spells. I think if they're just casting a couple of big spells, then it's no big deal. We found the Wolf Oak. We found nothing. We captured blood slaves, no slaves, and Dominion down. Uh-oh, false prophet. Also, Nick Brick was discovered in Cosmo Canyon. Oh. Sorry, Nick, I did forget about you. Absolutely shredded. Bye, Nick. But yeah, that's going to tell me what the throne is when they claim that. Good thing we're working on a walled city here. Right, we searched and found the wood oak. I am welcoming these gems. It won't be difficult to get Mother Oak, and I'm going to have a lot of uses for nature gems. The problem, though, if you'll excuse my yawning, my stretching here, is that my access is pretty weak and kind of random. If I could get myself a Nature 3, then that would be pretty good for boosting up with. I could get my Thistle Mace. Does that require 3 or 4? But I have the Astral stuff, so I can do Thistle Mace, Moonvine Bracelet, Tree Lord Branch, summon, maybe even summon a Tree Lord. But Tree Lords can't equip the Tree Lord thing, but they can equip the Moonvine Bracelet to get to Nature 6. Whatever, I'm saying that nature boosting is nice and easy, provided I get a Nature 3 Mage, which I'm not. At best, I've got Nature 2. And I want more. Hey, Eddy Currents is out. That's fine, I really do just want you for researching, because my research is garbage. Let's see. Balaton requires its own temple. Alexandria has a temple. Dundee Docks require a temple. Los Illuminados Church has a temple and should definitely get me... Ooh, he says definitely. What am I more interested in? More Sword Lords or more High Priests? I actually quite like a few High Priests for now. Just so that I have more access to priest levels. And it's good to carry around some Elegists, because if my god dies, these guys can bring him back lightning fast. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Venti, I require a laboratory. Venti, I do really require a laboratory, you know. Emperor Carl, what are you doing in Ridley Bank? Other than having no units. I think you're just helping this hold, but I think it's fine if you just go home for now. Barcode Battler, you're meant to build a... there we go. You're meant to build a laboratory, but I don't have the money for it, so do that a little bit later. You continue blood hunting. I guess you can search, right? Not too much going on right now. Ooh, look at that Astral 3. That could be very handy. What this guy can do, and in fact we can do almost immediately, if only I had the stuff researched, is he can do... Crivens, what is it? Enchantment? What in the world is it? There's no way it's thaumaturgy. Here it is, Asterisk Knowledge. That lets you site search a province entirely. Really mage turn efficient. Well, it costs a lot of astral pearls, but as you can see, I have a lot of astral pearls. Yeah, that magical site searching is very tempting. So we're going to keep Beef Squisher safe in the capital with that in mind. Yeah, it means that site searching is not such a huge deal for my my mages to do, and my god still has another year before he can even possibly appear. Trisco found nothing in Alexandria. Even though I said I want to do that site searching, I'm still going to be doing this manual, laborious site searching, because we have access to that now, and we're still waiting on the other one. What is this? How did you even get here? This is kind of annoying. We popped out here only to find there's not much of anything. Concerning. Alright, Franconian, continue to check up north. I'm curious about Athens, but check out the Thunder Plains first. Green Giant is just hiding in Coromandel. You go towards Athens via Blighttown. TBW searched and found nothing. Search the Seto Inland Sea, please. It's worth noting that as my Water 2 guy, TBW could do some interesting cross paths that might not otherwise be available to the Ice Druid. I don't know what they are, though. Does anyone know any good Water Astral or Water Blood cross paths? I think you can get Frost Fiends with the Water Blood cross path. Blood Magic. Yeah, you can bind Frost Fiends. I think the Frost Fiend is a Frost Fiend Commander? No, it would have said if it was. Ice Devil might be what I'm thinking about. Yeah, there were 6 icy dudes out there, and this is not unforeseeable for him to cast. Just a simple water amulet, and how do we boost blood? There is some kind of blood thing. Yeah, there are ways to boost blood, is what I'm getting at. But Reascendance is what I'm really going for. Reascendance. Right, the Harvest God. Continue to explore. Don't go until Lasar's capital. That would be a little dangerous. Go around the Haunted Mansion. What does the pentagram mean? The pentagram means that it is a ritual, so it's not something you cast in combat. And as opposed to that, if you don't see this, it's something for combat. So Wrath of Pazuzu will do a ritual that casts this bad thing to a province, not something you do in battle. Whereas Bloodletting is something that makes you... What does this one do, actually? In battle, you drain blood from everyone in the battlefield. All drained blood will be added to your life force. I think this is the kind of thing you do in communions. And to be fair, I could do communions for some pretty heavy blood magic in combat. Life for a life. Oh, wow, you can life for life reduce all fatigue in a communion. Even so, I don't want to. I don't want to do communions in this run. I know I seldom do, but communions are a pain in the bum to do. Right, blood hunting, moving for more blood hunting. Zhuge Liang is struggling to find blood, letting me down in that regard. And I'm pretty soon going to need to start putting together a patrolling army. Everything is hassling me for my money. But that's okay. Once we have our forts and our general infrastructure built, we should be, relatively speaking, drowning in money. Ah. Well, I was a little afraid of Mullane, and they are coming to attack me, so the underground provinces are probably forfeit now. And I don't think it's worth the investment to try to take them. Or hold them, rather. Right. There are no magical sites here, or we need a more skilled mage. Okay, fascinating. Dolce has found some blood. Zhuge Liang's gained blood. You can see why blood slaves are less valuable than gems, right? You just grab 10 like that, and that's only from 2 provinces. Divasa. Wait, this isn't me attacking. I wanted the Vasa. And this seems like a very good army for slaughtering these bone people. But maybe not. Maybe. I mean, you could definitely repel those. Yeah, especially if you're going berserk. So the wolves are maybe not a big deal. Cavalry axing. No, I don't fancy the Bone Tribe warrior chances here. I mean, I want them to win, but they're not going to win here. Yeah, no sense going berserk if you just instantly die, is there? And with just leather, crummy armor, dying is what they're doing. Do I fear these horseback units? Oh my god, I do fear defense skill 20. Huh. And the blur, of course, so my ability to hit these things is down the toilet. And if they hit me with withering weapons, we are going to age to death. Concerning. And these guys just declared war on me, of course. Oh boy. Well, I guess I'm not taking this province. How about the Hot Hollows? Mainlane's attacking into the Independence. He's doing a pretty good job underground, even though he can't see. Oh wait, they're just running away. They had no leader. Okay. And the tunnels are lost. That's us going underground. Now I can destroy those cavemen, no problem. Why are these guys appearing to be already injured? Their current hit points appear to be down for some reason. Anyway, if the cavemen cannot surround me, we've got a lot more survivability against them. And that is why they die and we live. In fact, how did you catch fire? Heavenly fire can actually cause fire. You can pray someone into combustion. Alright, beautiful. Right, more walled cities are done. The Palisade of Ridley Bank is up, and it will be better than that. We can also recruit ourselves some high priests. Ooh, interesting. City palisades give the recruitment point bonus. Not bad. How about the walled cities? I think they struggle a bit in administration compared to normal stuff, but that's still fine. Are you gunning for vampires? No, I actually don't like vampires. I know they're strong, I just hate their free spawn. I'm gunning for Reascendance, the Fallen Angel Commander. I love that unit, so it's going to make Wraith Lords look like a freaking joke. Right, good job, Spy. You can just wait there for now. Continue to crank out these crummy mages. And they are crummy, but whatever. I need to research with something. I really, really do want to have my laboratories on my blood hunting spots now. I don't want to waste mage turns ferrying blood slaves back and forth. Spy Fox, you will also blood hunt here, although you're going to site search first. Craywin, I wanted you to have the Vasa. You're not having the Vasa at this rate. Los Illuminados Church. Just repeatedly recruit more of my crummy research mages. I'm a little concerned about Falkenland. They might attack into me. So maybe having Craywin with a small army here might be enough to put them off. If nothing else, please defend the Lilat system. Ugh, my money continues to suffer. Venti can't even research here. Oh, no, you can, that's fine. Mutmut and Makeo. I'm going to have you leave here. To the Colosseum of Fools and to Albania just for preaching purposes. Giza could also have someone there. Just again for preaching purposes. I want to get into these watery areas. They're practically free if I can go in there because they're They're landlocked away from Atlantis and Oceania. How is Lashar getting in the water? What is their game? Or, oh, of course, they've got the pale ones. That's why they were there in Ruin. Right. Continue to go around their capital. Although they don't look like they're in a good position. Yeah, Janij has them just surrounded. Right, maybe I shouldn't just surrender the underground without a fight. And also, nobody's made a move on Deep Mount. You get rid of your Blessing. Instead, I want you to cast Divine Blessing. And that means that these guys can actually take a line formation, which is much better for them. Yeah, spread the enemy out. Your flanks are still weak as sin, but that's okay. And I want you to... Fires missiles if unable to do so. I think that includes casting spells, but hold and attack the closest. That way, if anybody tries to jump my prophet, they'll get jumped in response. Do I take Olm or do I march on Deep Mount? Not an easy call, but I'll take Olm first. There's also a unit here that I can add to my collection. It does mean that Karl could go and join you. If I want to bring even more units to the fray, which I kind of do. Just opens me up for a few options here. Could also go beyond the Slough of Despair to go and join up for that Deep Mount battle, which is probably more clever. Because it's just 1-2 movement. 1-2 won't get you over there, will it? Will it? 21. No, it's a bit of a longer journey. Alright, go via the Slough of Despair, please. Yeah, my temples combined with the High Throne I think is doing a reasonable job for my Dominion. TB Dubs, continue to site search. We've got some underground site searching to do. I know you're excited about that. Besaid looks like a very easy throne to take. Oh wait, no, maybe not. Pajama Sam the Monolith radiates power in Besaid. So it's a tier 3. I saw the Itchitid and thought it must be a joke, but no, Watchers. Watchers in Besaid means wait. Seems worth forting the Tunnels of the Lost to keep a choke point underground. Why, though? I suppose Stalagmia is a better place to fort up as a choke point. Reaches out to more provinces. Yeah, I'd rather do it in Stalagmia. Of course, I need someone to do that, which I don't have right now, because money is non-existent. But yeah, putting a fort on Umbra and Stalagmia is something I would strongly consider. But it depends how much Malain wants to attack me. Currently, I can't dump province defense, much as I would like to, just to discourage him from attacking. And I do worry about his attacks. Yeah, the Fire Breath, maybe not so much. Oh well, hold strong. Yeah, again, money is my issue. Once I'm done building up all my labs, my temples, and my my walled cities, and we're almost done on the walled city front, being able to dump a lot more money into making my Overgrown Lunaris combined with Falchion champions, and then start considering Bandar champions for a back row, suddenly I start to look like I have a competent army, but I'm aggressively trying to build up. Oh god, I'm not the only aggressive one here. You think those 150 units are there just for sightseeing in Lake Hylia? I think they're coming for Alexandria. And I do think they'd win against this. Emperor Karl's not going to save that on his own. The wall integrity is only 400? Whoa, that is really bad. That's going to get shanked in one shot. And then I lose Alexandria and have nothing to show for it. That's sad. Spear champions, Trident champions, as Falchineers, as Morningstar champions, as irregular champions. Which ones is Sacreds? The guys to worry about are Sanctuary Vilborns. And if they're not mentioned here, they're probably not the main core of his army. Still worrisome, though. We have mauls, javelins, not much in the way of ranged stuff here. Troublesome. And of course my units are busy dealing with the underground. Maybe I'm going to regret that. regret my units. That'll be the day. I can't jump over to Alexandria's defense in a heartbeat. Well, maybe he's not going for Alexandria, right? And if he is, these units are in for a bad time. Build the lab, hunt the blood, build the lab. Search before we do more blood hunting. Grace Nakamura and the Kiel Canal. Continue to explore further, please. Bulwark is meant to build a laboratory here. You can't do it just yet. So just site search for now. Goka. Preach the good word. Franconian, explore beyond Rittersberg. Continue to search and find nothing. Alright, worrying about this a bit. If he goes on the rampage, I'm in trouble. I think I'm in trouble. Falkenland also declare war upon me, so we're in a at least 3-front war right now. But we're finding some good stuff. Oh, that's very nice. That's extra nature gems. Search and find nothing, search and find nothing, search and find nothing. 5 slaves, no slaves. The battle in Ulm. Me fighting cavemen who I think are such a joke who can just storm in and take them. Although last time I tried that, they actually great clubbed me pretty handily, so let's hope that doesn't happen again. Did he just delete one of mine, or did I delete one of his? My flank here is in great trouble, though. Oh boy, so much for being unsurroundable. Oh well, a bit of attrition's fine if we take a province that's going to be relatively safe for a good long time. Yeah, fine enough. Right, I need you to get moving here before I lose my underground. Into Province Defense 6. It's very sad, isn't it? But I don't have the money to dump on this. Lego Island. So I said the next time they come back, they'll definitely take it. Yeah, that you need a kind of critical mass of Horse Tribe Archery to win. And you know what? Okay, so they shot the little humanoids enough for them to rout. But more importantly, they made the enemy commander rout. And the enemy commander needed the magical guidance to keep the Vine Men operational, because they're mindless. They just disintegrate without magical leadership. So this one remaining injured Horse Tribe Chief Ganondorf has secured the Triforce in the face of the attacker. And that's great, because that was Falkenland attacking. And as we know, Falkenland have declared war upon me. Yeah, the critical mass of 1 horse archer. Good job. Alright, Garrus Ficanus was discovered and destroyed in the Hot Hollows. And I was also discovered in the Vasa. The Palisade of Dundee Dock is done, and the walled city of the Los Illuminados Church is done. So Dundee Dock, let's make sure that you're completely walled up, and I want you to have a temple. Where'd all my money go? Why do I keep spending all my money? I think I'm going to have to rein in the Sylphborns. I just don't have the dosh. I mean, I know I want to research. I want to research badly, but he's really, really massing up on Hylia. I am very scared for Alexandria. Am I so scared that I'm going to get these guys out of there? Because if they run in, destroy my province defense, I'm just losing Alexandria. And that is a hell of an army. For some reason I thought my fortifications would be better, but wall integrity of 400 is kind of pathetic. Even my capital only has wall integrity 400. Deeply concerning. Alright, Kitty and Geob in Ridley Bank. For now, just preach. Emperor Karl could go and aid the defense of Alexandria if I think it's in that bad of a situation. I got 2 additional units, but we're not at the point where a handful of units is going to make all the difference here. Well, they could make some difference, right? Lake Hylia is just a military exercise. There's no need to worry. That's funny. That's not stopping me from worrying. I think Karl has to move and patrol Alexandria. But how? I think bodyguards are beyond what's going to save this. These guys need to be aggressive. Blessing has a range of 15 or so. Maybe if I just tell them to attack rear, but they're really kind of slow, so they might just get chopped up. Yeah, maybe hold and attack rear, see if you can make something of that. Not thinking that's going to make a huge difference, but I am deeply concerned for that, for Alexandria. Because if Alexandria falls, they could just raid into my land, and I do not have units to really stop them. Not to mention things like my blood hunters out here. At least I can deposit these bloody gems magically. Alright, Barcode Battler, get to the safety of Zishai. Zhuge Liang, deposit your blood slaves. Rest and Eddy Currents can just do what they do out there. I'm going to need a laboratory in Dundee Docks in due time. I still can't afford the laboratory in Balaton. Yeah, why everything cost money? Ooh, the Academy of War is here. Enter for combat training. I didn't realize this until now, but that actually applies to the units as well, so you could gain some experienced units. Right, Craywin, if you go in there, you're going to die. I should have turned you around, actually. Although I am at war with Falcon Lad. Wait, if I'm at war with them, why don't I attack them? How scared am I of this guy? Big question, needs a big answer. I know about the Vasa, right? I know this is what he has in the Vasa. Yeah, those Veilborns are a threat, but he doesn't have a huge amount of them. Of course, on the other hand, it's not like I have a huge amount of my units either. Yeah, he gets the Bone Tribe Province defense. Serfs, champions, their defense skill is kind of terrifying. Difficult to hit, very difficult to hit. Asmegs do good damage and they're decently skilled, but they're not unkillable for us. But these Veilborns are a real threat. Let me remind myself about Withering Weapons versus my AGO. Withering Weapons will kill us. Does that mean we just hold our defense here? Preach here and then go and aid Los Illumina's Church if it gets attacked? But if it gets attacked, what am I offering against it? Not a whole lot of much. Money continues to be tight. I'm not happy about that. Only gets tighter when I keep recruiting all these units as well. England, right, go and hold England. Or maybe go via the airlock. We've almost unveiled the entire world here. Yeah, go and tell me about Blue Moon Canyon. Tell me about these provinces, or this province, and then head up north so we know everything. TB Dubs has probably searched and found nothing. Do I send him underground or keep myself above ground? Quite keen to know more about the above ground, but there's a lot of moving around provinces I've already searched, so instead TB Dub's going to go underground. Spy Fox, you searched and found a whole lot of not much. Please get blood hunting. Bornholm has been searched. The extraction point has not really been searched much. Alright, go and search the extraction point for us. Avorion notably also not searched, but we can go through Avorion and back around in a loop. Jimmix, just go and preach here. Any rituals or summons you can do for the defenses? My research hasn't been very good, and I haven't done conjuration, so summons are a bit out of the question for now. I am still beelining for reascendance, which is, you know, a tall order right now with my crappy research, so we're going to need to hold out for quite a while first. But that is just something we've got to deal with. Go up to Ryazan, please. I want you to wait in Athens and tell me if anything stirs there. Ratti has really nothing to do anymore, so Ratti's just going to wait in the Los Illumina's Church, wait for the inevitable demise. That's not a good idea, is it? Maybe I could have you go back and ferry units around? No, you're not good at that either. Alright, you're going to be waiting here then. Bulwark just has to wait for now. Alright, well, let's hope that Alexandria Church isn't getting attacked by the 320 units of Lake Hylia. And I do hope that it's just a Hylian military exercise. Because, yeah, well, these guys at war with me, these guys at war with me, these guys at war with me. Troubling. Oh well, we knew there'd be some trouble. At least our Dominion isn't terribly under threat. We can even check that. How is our Dominion? In terms of provinces, we are far ahead of everybody else, but that does mean that we're a bigger target. Our Dominion is not the best. Actually, our opponent has the best. What about army size? Ah, yes. That's us, right at the bottom. That's Milane, right at the top. The AI gets a lot of boosts. Ooh, I am scared of this. Is there anything I could do to pump something out here, or am I just at the mercy? I suppose what I could do is not have my prophet wander around underground, not helping anything, but my idea is that maybe I hold out enough for him to pop out in a slow of despair, strike Constantinople, and then maybe raid north. But that's relying on Alexandria not popping like a pimple almost instantly, which is what it's about to do. Guess I could add a few desperate bits of province defense there. Okay, what's going on now? Blood slaves and blood slaves. This is good. I only need 88 blood slaves to get what I really want, although I'm going to need more for construction materials and whatnot. No blood slaves in Pilot Wings Resort, but there was a battle in Bornholm. Notably, no battle in Alexandria, which is the biggest thing. Wait a second, what? How did you get here? No, of course, these guys can swim. Why did I think he wouldn't attack with his whole army in one place? Oh, no. Oh, no. See, I was thinking, right, he can get across the water, but I thought he'd move his whole army together. I did not expect him to detach his swimmers and swim across from Lake Hylia to Bornholm. Fortunately, I had no units in Bornholm that were particularly valuable to lose, but that does allow him to raid into my lands now, which is a problem. On the other hand, I could go in with Emperor Karl and try and kill them, but there are a lot of them, sire. That's okay. With these 2 additional units, surely you'll be fine. Probably won't be fine. I need a proper army here, and this is not a proper army. Look at what we're dealing with in Bornholm, right? They're not particularly skilled, at least. But they do have 20 piercing damage, which does get through our protection. Of course, that's when he suddenly attacks with these guys into Alexandria. Okay, I need to be prepared for his raiding. Unfortunately, he can raid into a lot of directions here, including effing snow, including Shikoku, which I don't want to lose the guys that I recruit here. Wow, that's a lot of money to dump on just province defense. Feels bad, but let's go and see if we can sniff them out in Bornholm. I don't have a spare monkey to go and take over unit movement in that, do I? Gussie. Yeah, Gussie, I'm going to need you down in Zishai to pick up a fresh army to hopefully deal with the north. And yeah, we're going to move on. Do I really think that 11 units can take on 100? Probably not. It seems delusional. They're not even experienced. And because they use long weapons, they won't get poisoned. Feels like I'd just be throwing these lives away. And they have shields, so they could actually probably deal with this province defense as well. Yeah, I think it's delusional to think that my units are so strong they could go and take that on. So I think it's better that you just patrol there. He's probably going to raid, though, and I really don't want him to raid. I want that so not to happen that I'm going to pull you guys out of here and not re-recruit in Shikoku. But I don't want to lose Tricosco or Dolce in the extraction point either, because there's some really good blood hunting going on over there. Oh well, I have to accept the situation as it is, which is these guys being a raiding problem for me. Okay. Right, the walled cities are completed at least. Naval units, man, they are something else. Right, you just wait here. Bulwark. I still don't have the money for a laboratory here, I'm sorry. You just wait. The other guy preaches. Moot moot. I believe your job is currently to preach in the Colosseum of Fools. No money for temples just yet. And I want you to go and wait at Gilligan's Island, see if anybody ever attacks into that. TBW came down here to site search. My prophet. Do I want to take Deep Mount? Or do I simply focus on getting out in the Slough of Despair to push? The thing is, I don't know what this is. It's probably just a level 1 or 2 throne, but thrones are good. They also put a massive target on your back, of course. I think I have to say goodbye to Deep Mount for now. I need to pop out in Slough of Despair, crush Oceania and Constantinople, and be prepared to push back further raids from Milan. Meanwhile, Crewin is just preaching around the Lilat system. Fine. Franconian up to Rio Grande do Sul. Barcode Battler, some research to be done. What do we know about the airlock? Anything useful? I want to know what's beyond the Obradine, though. And someday there'll be a... why is there so much death here? Someday there will be a laboratory here. Carthy must preach in Ridley Bank, as must Ada Wong. Although I don't really need the preaching here, do I? Preaching in Slough of Despair would actually be handy, but... at least you're relatively safe in there for now. Alright. So they just get to hold Bornholm, and I hope they don't move out from there. Maybe the right thing for Emperor Karl to do is to move into Avorion, or maybe even Extraction Point. What's the biggest pain in the bum to lose right now? I think it would be Extraction Point. I mean, F and Snow's unfortunate, but I can't get there in time. Right, you know what? Dolce is going to continue to blood hunt. Tracusco's going to search. And we will not be chased out of our own land. Because Emperor Karl is going to come over here and just whip your ass for even thinking about coming here. Alright, believe. Yeah, 73. I don't know what's causing unrest in Avorion. Maybe there's a hidden site like the bandit thing. Uh-oh. Oh, a lot of bad things just happened. Oceania... Wait, I thought Oceania was at war with me. We found a maze in the extraction point. Searched and found nothing. Searched and found nothing. Slaves. No slaves. Macao. I think they were just a priest, right? Oh boy, look at this. They've got assassins. Dual-wielding broadsworded assassins. So Machiel's just sitting having a drink. But they do bless themselves. So they're... Well, they might be able to do something against this assassin. I wouldn't count on it, though. Alright, is that... Why is that thing kind of almost see-through? I don't know. The limp is very welcome there, but those dual bronze swords could slash through Machiel in no time. But Machiel could also club you with his quarterstaff. Yes! You try to assassinate my priest clubs you in the face. Good job, Machiel. Yeah, you got nicked there a bit. Yeah, you got slashed with a bronze sword for 9. Oh, that was good. That was real good. You even repelled them. Quarterstaff getting in the way of dual-wielded broadswords. The peasants are here. An annoyed human peasant armed with a farming implement. Useless skills. But they're kind of confused because they're trying to enjoy a drink. They don't expect this assassination. Alright, that's good news. What's not good is this. Alexandria is not in for a good day today. Oh, we're not winning this. Not by a long shot. They bring in heavy cav. The heavy cav gets shanked, but that's not what the bulk of the army is. I'm worried about the fire breath. Fire breath, burn monkey. Looks like I'm encircling them, but really they're just punching a hole through me is what's happening. Yeah, and we're out of here. Yeah, a reasonable number of their units seem to be retreating. But it's not reasonable enough. Actually, maybe it is. Maybe it is. This is what's left of them. But I bet they have reinforcements coming in from the north, and their sacreds survived, of course. Okay, well, that's bad. The chambers of underneath, so we are being attacked underground as well. By this thing? An illusionist. I didn't invest much province defense in the underground. Okay, well, good job, illusionist. You just threw away whatever that cost you. Veil army. Units with this ability are able to cast illusions to obfuscate their entourage. Deeply suspicious. The extraction point was attacked. Oh my god, he was everywhere. I thought he merged his army in Alexandria, but no, he was going for two-pronged attack. That's a lot of fish. My blood-surging monkeys might be able to make a dent, but I am concerned that my naked tribespeople here are about to eat a lot of tridents. They do have bucklers, but bucklers have very low parry, so I might be able to shank something through them. We have a mage casting body ethereal as well. I think that's our blood searchers, although I don't know where they are. I hope they're alive. Yeah, there they are at the back. Fuscosco and Dolce are there. My naked guys haven't even retreated yet. Impressive. I think holding the flank with my sacred monkeys made a huge impact here. Because otherwise there was a very real possibility that they swing back and slaughter my leadership and eat my naked tribespeople. So actually, I'm chalking that up as a good decision. Better than reinforcing the death of Alexandria. Alright, so that was quite good. Whoa, really good actually. 154 of their units came in. Sorry, 167 of their units came in and they got shreked. Alright, phew, that's one load off my shoulders at least. Scary though, very scary. Oh no, Dolce! Another assassination, this time on Dolce. But there's a reason I send these ones out for the blood hunting. They've got the they've got this ill earth that they automatically summon. It's a reconstructing thing, so if it does damage, if it takes damage, it gets it back. It's all these peasants that want revenge. Oh god. Please don't kill Dolce. Oh, thank god. Unfortunately, Dolce became diseased by that hit. So Dolce is going to die. And I don't think I have any disease healers. Nor do I have a way of preserving Dolce. Ah, but Dolce's got 2-2 here. I don't want them to die. Oh well, guess they're blood hunting until the day they die. That was clearly a dirty scythe they got hit with. Misfortune in Effins. Oh, didn't I take fortune scales? A wayward siren was found by a lonely fisherman. He helped her mend her broken wing and gained her trust. Being a man of faith, he converted her, and she is now willing to serve Olopi, god of might. We've now got a siren. Tell me more about the siren. Air glamour access, you say? And I don't... Wait, upkeep costs 212 gold a year. I did not agree to paying for this thing. It recuperates, it's got awe. It's not a particularly good unit, but I should probably site search just for the air. So yeah, your job is just to site search until you die. How do you get a VD from virgins? A VD? You've lost me. Oh, venereal disease, probably. Well, those are peasants over there trying to protect their virgins. Right, they broke down quite a bit of my wall. They definitely have reinforcements coming in. I definitely don't. Gussie has 4 units. Emperor Karl has 11 units. Kind of want Bornholm back while I'm at it, by the way, so we could just roll in and take that. Dolce's disease has already forced her to become weakened. She's just going to die. She should just blood hunt until she dies. I'd like someone to take over the blood hunting, but Truscosko is meant to be site searching some more. Shikoko's been done. Avorion has not been searched. You want to get on that despite the obvious risks to your life? Bolverk, I can finally afford a laboratory here, although I'm starting to wonder if I should do that, given the whole I need money to not die situation. TB Dubs, just go and search Ulm. I was surprised that Chambers underneath didn't fall. Maybe this is a sign that I should invest in some province defense underneath. But I just feel like that's not where my priority is right now. Malane is a huge threat. I pick up my monkey from the Hidden Realm and emerge from the Slough of Despair and then hopefully do something to help Alexandria. Alexandria's in such hot water. Don't really have anything I can save it with. It's not like I can cast something to suddenly help its defense or recruit anything. The AI cheats. The AI can recruit when they're under siege. I cannot. The Fire Breath does not concern my my Sacred, so at least I have that going for me. Carl can get there in one shot, but I want him to go over to Bornholm. Gussie cannot get to Zishai in time to grab the army, but maybe I could find someone who could move some of the army closer to... Ah, there we go. We can get you to Avorion just like that. Although, if anybody's going to be doing it, it'll be one of my more throwaway mages. Yeah, Barcode Battler could still get there in time. Eddy Currents, you just research. Barcode Battler to Avorion. Gussie to Bornholm. Alright, there we go. Then we're going to have a number of monkeys to try and liberate Alexandria. Honestly, the odds don't look good, but at least I can attempt to next turn, because losing Alexandria is a big boon just in terms of defending this flank. Do I recruit any units around here to help throw in there? Like, you know, grab a bunch of archers or something? Don't really think so. Our opponents use shields, so crummy little archers won't achieve much. I'm still worried. Ooh, got a blood 3. I don't think I want them to blood hunt. I'm going to want them to forge me some blood equipment, which we don't have access to yet, but we will in due time. This place hasn't been searched. Let's change that, shall we? Spyfox blood hunts in Pilot Wings Resort, but still struggles to find anybody because they're not very good at their job. Craywin continues to just kind of hold this line in hopes that Falkenland doesn't get any funny ideas. I'm still tempted to march on the Vasa for what it's worth. I don't think he has a lot of defense over in the Vasa. And we are at war. But if we stay not at war and we don't attack each other for a while, he will stop considering himself at war with me, I think. I don't know exactly how it works. But it would just be nice to not have to worry about fighting over here. On the other hand, the Vasa is just sitting there asking to be taken. But on the other hand, Falkenland is a good matchup against me because of his incredible defense skill. Very, very hard for me to kill his units currently. Currently, I am still on the hunt for more blood and, of course, a ton of research towards reascendance. As I mentioned earlier, my ability to research is god-awful. And I want blood all the way down to 7. But I do desperately want it. Well, Dolce, continue with the blood hunting. Trusco, yeah, search of Orion. And we continue to pump out these very expensive mages, and I continue to wonder where all my gold is going. Maybe it's time to actually start building up more units here. But which units? The monkeys? Maybe I really should start piling on the longbows, so start repeating this recruitment instead. But I could make monkeys, the longbow monkeys anywhere. I could make them here. Which I may well be needing here before too long. Grab myself a couple of these and start making a bunch of monkeys. Maybe make like 40 monkeys with bows here. And then they can just aid whatever I'm doing later on. And now I know everything about the above ground. In fact, I think I know everything about the 2 planes of existence. There is another plane of existence, but you need to magically open that up. Since it defended itself, I will add a little bit of protection over here in chambers. And stalagmi, I suppose. And yeah, Nudsp needs to make his way out, because I need the army, the proper army, to aid. Although I say proper, it's not that big. Still deeply concerning how easy it would be to destroy that army. My opponent's pretty strong. Fortunately, we did put a big shank into his army size, but he still has like 5 times that remaining. My army continues to grow at a slow and linear rate. Harvest Goddess hang around in Gilligan, Franconian, Rio Grande do Sul. Go and see what's happening in Wales, actually. Reste, get Defende. Gracie Nakamura. I guess go and camp out in England. And yeah, someday Bulwark will be able to build a laboratory in Balaton. Someday. Didn't expect to be so pushed so quickly, though. So many people wanting me dead. Why, how can this be? And I suppose not investing enough in my army is leading me to lag behind here. But, lag as we must, we are still going to have to continue to try. If I can get all of my monkeys in Alexandria with my bless, we might be able to make something of this. Slight problem. Am I going to be able to bless them all? I don't have my priests over here. The priests can actually move over to Alexandria, so I might actually bring in my priests to aid the combat. And at this point, I think I need everything I can get. I need to make sure those monkeys are blessed for sure. Otherwise, the fire resistance won't take, and I'm going to need that fire resistance. Oh well. You know what happens if they allow Jake to just sit? Yeah, if I can just sit here and get reascendance, everybody's dead. I am that confident in reascendance. A dire portent... What, they're getting globals up already? Oh boy, they've got astral watching going on. We search and find actually something, an enchanted field for more gems. I love gems. I wish I had the magic access and the research to put my gems to use, because the moment I do, I've got some pretty nasty things I can do. Search and find nothing. Atlantis, so at least they're not declaring war upon me. Search and find nothing, search and find nothing. 10 blood slaves. More assassination attempts. Okay, so Mullane is really being a nasty piece of work. I don't think the blessing's gonna help you here, buddy. The quarterstaff might. Nope. If you get routed in an assassination, and we got scared... Oh, we got our arm chopped off. Okay, we're dead. Moot just dies then. Eddie Current also being assassinated. This can interrupt with my ability to move units around, by the way. Oh, man. This is becoming a problem. He's infesting me with these bloody assassins. He just killed a mage that I particularly liked. Bornholm. So we're going in for the attack. Hopefully he didn't reinforce. No, he didn't. They're just going to die. If anything, I welcome the experience before the next attack. We did get attacked in the chambers underneath, and he was a bit more serious this time. He brought in mercenary spearmen. I didn't reinforce enough for this. We both rout, but his commander routed less, so he takes the province with just that guy remaining. Yeah, all of his units got away. A bit of a shame. A little bit more, and we would have held that. But we didn't have a little bit more, and Mayline just gains even more strength. There was a battle in Alexandria. But hold on, it wasn't us! It was Oceania coming in. And it lets us know exactly what we're under attack by. Unfortunately, it's not good news. There's a lot of them. Oh god, we're not killing that, are we? Something reinforcing defeat. We got found and destroyed over there. Alexandria has been breached. Ridley Bank at least is completed. Alright, so if I don't go in and attack, all this is dead for certain. It's a bit of a desperate attack here. Please search and find something, and then I'm going to want some added assistance here. These guys got map move 12, they won't make it anyway. Alright, now what can my pathetic amount here manage? We just gotta kind of go for it here. It might be a good idea to bring these guys... They're going to die anyway, so they should definitely join in breaking the siege. And Oldham, you just kind of leave. You can at least live to spy another day. Right, so what the heck do we do? I can't think of any spells that these guys could cast to aid me around here. I suppose they could do Tangle Vines on my opponents. Masked up, that could do something. They could do Bark Skin on themselves so that they don't instantly die, although they will become... they will easily get breathed fire upon. But they will also get shot to death if they don't Bark Skin, so I don't know. It's kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't. I think I'll just trust them to figure out what they can do. But yeah, they're certainly going to be casting spells. Same with my priests. I need them to aid. Thing is, I do want my my commanders guarded, but since I know they have ranged weapons, how about we stay as far back as possible? That way you can hold. You'll definitely get blessed if you hold an attack. I can't give formations except to these guys. Oh, they are so toast. This is nothing to fight with. Problem is the mages are gonna die as well. A lot of people are gonna be dying, huh? Can you give a gem and enlarge some monkeys? Experiencing firsthand why assassinations are hated in MP. It's kind of unfeasible to defend everybody against such things, but I really don't want my 3 blood mage or my 3 astral mage dying. I think the astral mage is more rare, so they're gonna get the chainmail displacement. Although 3 blood is exceptionally needed for reascendance, which is, I suppose, the bigger priority, so you can enjoy the protection. Even some enchanted ringmail armor would be useful against the assassin. But yeah, I know they have an assassin on Zishai, and I know I don't have the patrol strength to suss it out. On the plus side, when it attacks one of these dudes, the Ill Earth should kill the opponent, so I just have to hope that he attacks one of those things. Life is bad. Yeah, and the monkeys are too slow to bring in for this. Well, I'm not holding my breath that we can handle about 10 times our number with these monkeys. But be damned if we're just going to let Alexandria fall without putting up a fight. Grace Nakamura, you just wait in England. Tell me what goes on there. Bulwark, I guess you can finally have your laboratory. Bornholm won't be falling quite as easily again. Well, it could still fall again. If I miraculously win here, should I start punishing Malaine by taking their land? No, let's not think about that. That's so incredibly unlikely to happen. Gotta get out. This at least pops you out up top. And then, you know, if Alexandria falls, at least you can immediately go and put it under siege again. Although I'm going to need some monkey hands to help out with that. Not much happening in Wales. There's mainly heavy infantries and apparently, like, nothing else. That's funny. Just wait there and tell me what Scythia's up to. Shante, did you find anything? Shante has searched and found nothing. Okay, we're just searching for glamour and air here. Go and search Jolly Roger Bay. You got 40 leadership magical beings. Terrible unit. Anyway, go and check there anyway. Find some glamour gems or something for our time. Did you take that one lost monkey underground? I thought I did. Of course I did. I would never forget him. I left him behind because he was crippled, but he's no longer crippled, so back he comes. I really just want to punish this guy underground, but I wanna hope that Alexandria can stand. There is a slight possibility that I fail the breaking of the siege, then he assaults me, but he can't get through the broken down walls. Slight possibility, and if that happens, then I'm going to be extra happy that my backup army is around in Slough of Despair. What I could also do, by the way, is give you some guarding commanders. Some bodyguards, rather. Don't like doing that, but... Well, no buts. I don't like doing that. I don't even have that gold for this freaking guy. Still don't have the gold for this freaking guy. Alright, that lab is not getting built. I want these units to be able to roam around, pick up some additional units, and clearly go on the warpath against Alexandria. I'd love to bring Craywin over, but I do not want to let go of my flank over here. Feels like big risks if I do that. I think Big Follows should join you in the Lilat system just to make sure it's extra safe. You just both have the same idea there. Yeah, continue defending and not having anywhere to research. Rook, you just wait there. Alright, luck be upon us. No, I got a nice big fight with Anthrax. We should have access to Anthrax in this, but we need a lot more research and such. Alright, claiming things. I'm mostly interested in Alexandria. Wait a second. There was Oceania attacking again. Aw, man. Why couldn't you have brought an actual army? One time I'm getting attacked by Oceania and they bring this. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. All right, have at. Glad I brought a lot of blessing here, because I got a lot of monkeys to bless, and they're all going to need blessed, otherwise they're going to be set fire upon. These guys are not blessed. Please have another blessing for them. All right. Looks like practically everyone is blessed, if not everyone. I have bodyguards here, but this front line is going to need to work some miracles. Also, they're using great bows with great piercing damage. But there's only 12 rounds of that I have to endure before they attack into me, so maybe we'll be okay. They've also brought their own leaders here. Magical leaders I'm more concerned about. Huh, you've got divine insights? That's nice. Looking at nature dudes, but not much else. Problem is you can still do holy magics on me. And they're I forget, are you the guys with withering weapons or not? Where are your blessed units? You're a blessed unit. No, but it's defense skill. It's hard enough to hit these things. Well, they did decide to do bark skin, and they're doing vine arrows as well. Let's hope the mages can contribute something to all of this. When comically outnumbered, the army should roll a morale check at the start, doubly so when attacking. Alright, so immediately I'm very glad that we've got the fire resistance from their big fiery attacks, but I'm already getting shredded by axes. Oh, but axes are length 1, they'll get poisoned. I wonder if fiery breath gets poison. No, the exceptional axe did. Yeah, it looks like fiery breath doesn't check for poison, which is good, it shouldn't. Wouldn't make any sense. Maybe it counts as a natural ranged attack, so it doesn't trigger that. Alright, well, get to work, monkeys. You have to stop this enormous army from hitting the mage core. Also, you don't regenerate. Also, the flank is dead already. Also, those mages are so dead. Wait, where are the bodyguards? Oh, right. Oh, well, the mage core is dead. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Christ, that's bad. Well, it's not much of a mage core, right? It's a few priests. Their job was to bless the army after all. And it's not like we have no other leadership. Leadership's in here with all the monkeys, but the monkeys are getting surrounded and destroyed. Surrounded and destroyed. The desperate defense of Alexandria. Yeah, the size 6 is really bad for this. They just get isolated, surrounded, and destroyed. Come on, lads. Hold the freaking line. We don't have any auras and no fear checks, so we don't get freebies with that. Oh, they're bringing in crocodiles as well, of course. But a lot of their units have decided this fight ain't for them. That said, the ranged units are now coming into melee. Some of my guys die and turn into werebears, which is bad news. At least the werebears can go berserking, and they can finally have 2 attacks per square. Come on, you stupid monkeys, kill them! Don't let gaps like this form, they'll surround and destroy flanks. Seeing a lot of poison on the opposing force at least. I'm seeing a lot of them run away as well. I would be so dead if it weren't for putting in fire resistance at the last moment for these monkeys. Where's the fire? You got bark skinned, didn't you? Yeah, some of them got bark skinned, which gave them like no added protection, but got rid of their fire resistance. Ah, stupid nature mages. Maybe I should have given them proper orders. My commanders remain alive. You know what's brilliant about this route? Many of them are not going to successfully route to their home province because they have, I think, at least 2, maybe 3 adjacent provinces that are not friendly, and they'll die on the route. Holy hell! I suppose if I threw everything I had at these 10 feet monkeys and they were still standing there, I'd probably start to waver as well. Especially when you kill them, but they just transform into a bear. A berserking bear. Oh, jeez, that was rough. Not entirely sure if the mages that I added helped or hindered that. But I'll take the win. Oh, wow. Oh, freaking wow. But with that, Alexandria is saved. Yeah, the mages got shredded. I'm sad about that because my research is already very, very slow. But I figured do or die. More than a third of our front line got destroyed, but those that remained are going to be very experienced. And any that got crippled or wounded will be able to rejuvenate that. But yeah, wow, 424 enemy units. Their commanders remain intact, but we killed half of them, and several will have died on the route as well. Thank God for that. We're still being attacked here. Did I reinforce? Of course not. Bakemono's show were pretty good. It's those Yaris, man. Those Yaris. Long and repelling. For surviving that, I'm going to give you some much deserved extra defense. Ooh, gold and a horned helmet in Giza. Very happy to have Giza then. What's happening here in the Hidden Realm? Why does it have this thing here? Religious misconceptions are spreading in the Hidden Realm. Okay, so somebody needs to be found there and gotten rid of. Dundee Docks Walled City is done, and Gussie and Karl Franz are now heroes for liberating Alexandria. That was very impressive. All right, no doubt about that. Maybe we just all enjoy having some bodyguards for everything we've accomplished. And maybe we patrol the province to try and keep it safe. Yeah, just go and bless and attack closer. If they try that again, yeah, kill them. Just gonna kill them. Oh, okay. Yeah, they were sent back, but now we're ready for them. If they swim... maybe Albania needs some province defense here as well. If they swim towards me, we kill them. Kill them a lot, please. If they come to Alexandria, we patrol and kill them. Also, I'm in Constantinople. Whew, Christ, that was scary. What a scary engagement. Took it, though. Hands up in chat if you thought we were dead there. I'm raising both my hands. I thought I was double dead in Alexandria, but resilient monkeys and bringing everything I could seems to have held us out there. I think it's time to start recruiting a way to save these monkeys. Also, I still need to replenish my dead research core. I wasn't expecting the apes to hold out, says True Leveler, aka Aristocrat, aka Jeremy Corbyn. It's good to have some political mass around here. Right, Bulwark can finally research over in Balaton, and Balaton can finally produce... Oh, I didn't notice this! Woodhenge Druids. Wonderful. Wait a second, are Woodhenge Druids actually competitive versus my guys? They're like twice the price, the same research rate, and the same cost. Huh, okay, well... I guess I'm just never gonna have good research. Right, Shikoku. I still have one of these ice druids around. The battle looked bleak for the apes. Maybe we should watch it again. Yeah, that looked good, right? But here, I think the big thing is actually having fire resistance, because these guys with their armor-piercing fiery breath, it would do 6 AoE against, since it's armor-piercing, only 11 protection. Which is actually alright, but bringing it down to 1 against 11, suddenly it's not really going to do anything. I'm kind of saddened that we couldn't protect the Mage Core, but honestly, they were dead to rights. Not routing was the huge thing as well. These monkeys have excellent morale. Experience helps with that. And the leadership not routing was huge as well. The leaders in general didn't take the damage, which I'm grateful for. Because that can cause them to rout, and then routing can become a chain reaction. Apes together, strong. Did a good job of it. Alright, Avorion. We searched and found nothing, of course. Loads of unrest in this freaking province. Not much I can do about that. You could go over to Constantinople and help us take it over. I don't want you dead in that combat, though. Where else could you go? We haven't taken effing Snow for a ride yet. Let's work on that. Researching, but not searching. That's fine. TB Dubs has already checked Ulm. I'm putting TBW in a bit of a bind by searching around here, because it's obviously very dangerous. Mullane wants me dead. But I think TBW should live with the danger. Go and check these provinces, because when you pop out, you can check out Constantinople as well. Curious of my blood hunting. Hey, I'm here! I'm not particularly noteworthy, but I am here. I don't do anything particularly valuable, so just go and research at home. STJ finished work on the Dundee docks, so you can just wait for now. I brought in my additional monkey men. Get over to Zishai so that when I have Zishai's army, I can move it around better. Black Ball, I think it's time. Finally, you can build a laboratory. Yeah, Balton's going to make us these. Do I want to make archer monkeys? Not until I have a bit more money. But yeah, we're going to take Constantinople and we're going to push. We're going to punish Mullane for what they've done. Do we punish them severely? Like, do we go to kill Mullane? We know that province defense up the Wahoo is silly, and I have not obviously prepared myself for... Oh, man. Dolce needs replaced. But I don't have another good blood hunter to replace her with. Well, I have to hope that Zhuge Liang and Spy... Wait, Spy Fox doesn't have a lab there. I want a lab there. I will get a lab over there. Can anybody move over there and build a lab right now? Yes, Sumke can. Without a lab, the virgins don't go into the vault, and like I said, I need them over there so I can create angels. Also, it's very important to forge some blood stuff here. Not the sanguine dousing vault as you might expect. What are the blood boosters? The Thorn, right? Oh, but the Thorn is construction 7, isn't it? How about this? Need blood level 5. Blood 3, nature 2. And this thing... Ooh, I thought this thing... I know it's cursed, but I thought it was something else. Tainted. Nature and blood goes up with the armor of twisting thorns. Little bit tempting. Blood is a relatively cheap thing to empower for, but I'd rather avoid empowering if I can. Is there a reason why you don't just march on them? Can't imagine what would stop from curb stomping them. Let's have a look at numbers, shall we? After that exchange... where are they? That's them. That's their army. Took a big plunge, but it's still about twice as strong as ours in terms of sheer size. And they have a lot of resources with which to bring that back. Okay, we're top dog, but they're second dog. I do think the wise thing is to amass my army in Alexandria and push up. In terms of thrones, I have the Throne of Life. Well, I want that growth. I want those gems. And a Throne of the Stars, which will be both of these, right? Throne of Life is probably in the forest. I do think we should go on the offense, though. Get site searching there, please. Doldurum, you can just wait. Big follows. I want you to combine forces with Crewin. Yeah, together you have the touch, you have the power. Yeah, both you just preach there. Keep our dominion strong. You have more grey matter than them. Clearly you have the advantage. That I do. I'm quite happy to see that. I'm glad we could scrounge together enough to defend that, by the way. And I'm super glad that despite being crippled, limp, weakened, crippled, they will be able to replenish. So I'm going to drop off the limp and the crippled when my prophet gets over with his fresh units. Fresh but experienced units, which is useful. And then, yeah, we march north. We punish. Does that mean I don't want Bandar champions and instead I want Falchion champions for the front line? No, because these guys will be set on fire. So I actually want the monkeys with the bows. Alright, that works out. No mage support. I can't really afford it right now. Alright, I'm satisfied with that, but that seems like a good pivotal moment to save and quit there for now. Go and grab some lunch. See if anybody's climbing up any mountains this evening, but that was pretty good. A much more positive start than we had with the parasites, but a much more trepidatious end to the start. But hey, Alexandria holds. Alright, that was good, that was great. I'll be back with more of this tomorrow. Might punctuate it with some Slay the Spire, because I'm feeling like it. But until I am back with it, it's a cheers and a cheerio.